Welcome everyone to this memorial for Susan Quimpo. I'm Boying Pimentel. I'll be your host for today. We will cover key aspects of Susan's journey, her family, including George and their daughters, Sarita and Rian, her siblings, as well as Susan's friends and colleagues, are here with us to share their recollections and insights into her life. Kaya simulan na natin. Susan's brother, Ryan, would like to welcome all of you.
This morning, we would be seeing a lot of what we've been talking in the previous webinars on Zoom, which is her very beautiful smile. And I guess right now she would be smiling at us because before she died, her last words to me was the work of subversive lives remains unfinished. And I guess this is a continuation of the subversive lives. So I welcome you all, and I take also the opportunity now to thank everyone who has been involved in the preparation of this meeting.
For the first 10 years of her life, Susan had a relatively normal childhood and a happy home. This was made possible by loving parents, for whom the children were their main priority. Despite poverty and restrictive social norms, their sacrifices provided their 10 children not only with the basic essentials, but also a very good education.
Everything had to be in place. There was no room for excess. Every centavo was accounted for long before my father surrendered his pay envelope. And for my parents, there was no room for leisure. Through it all, Mom held a delicate balance. My father's stubborn pride, the many children to feed and clothe, the exorbitant tuition, and Ryan's medical needs. Despite the challenges, Mom made the house at 538 2nd Street a home. I enjoyed tagging along with my mother to the market. Then I'd get fish-shaped bread as a reward. I would look at this music box from a shop window, but we couldn't afford to buy it, so I just looked at it until it was sold. My favorite toy was a handmade round bunny made by my mother.
The winds of social and political change had their first real impact on Susan as she listened to her brothers singing in San Beda College's church choir.
As my siblings began to shift to singing anti-war protest songs at the 11 o'clock Mass in San Beda Church, the streets around Malacanang, including ours, were quickly becoming a battleground. When did the battles for the use of our single bathroom shift to battles over ideology and class struggle? The storm was brewing outside the safe confines of our family life. Norman would play his double record album of songs by Peter, Paul, and Mary, and we would all sing along loudly. This was one way to learn of the Vietnam War.
Because all men are brothers, wherever men may be, one union shall unite us, forever proud and free. No tyrant shall defeat us, no nation strike us down. All men who toil shall greet us, the whole wide world around. My brothers are all others.
Turmoil and tragedy began to scar Susan's life at age 9. It was then that the first quarter storm shook the country in 1970. In March 1971, Susan and her mother were both victims in a vehicular accident. Susan survived, but her mother did not. A year after, in 1972, martial law was declared.
Hi, good morning. This song I'm going to sing, I sang it, I think the last time I sang this song was during the concert of the 50th anniversary of the first quarter storm, the Liman Commune at the UP. And I heard that, I didn't see her there, but I heard that Susan so much wanted to watch this concert. And I'm sure she was there, even on a wheelchair at that time. And some people of my friends saw her, but it was unfortunate that they didn't see her. But I'm sure she heard this song. And one of the songs in that suite is this very popular protest song called Ang Masa. You can sing along if you want to. Ang masa lamang, siyang tunay na bayani. Ang masa lamang, ang siyang tagapagligtas. Ang masa lamang, ang siyang tagapagligtas. Ang masa, tagapaglikha ng kasaysayan. Sundin ang tatag, ang linyang ang masa. Mula sa masa, tungo sa masa, ito ang ating tagumpay. Sundin ang tatag, ang linyang ang masa. Mula sa masa, tungo sa masa, ito ang ating tagumpay. Makibakawag, matakot, harapin ang kahirapan. Mag-aisa at tumaban, makamta ng tagumpay. Magpakatatag, wag matakot, nang mapalaya ang bayan. Hanay natin ay tibayan, tuhugin ang kalaban. Makibaka at tumaban, nang makamta ng tagumpay. Makibaka at tumaban, nang makamta ng tagumpay. Maraming pong salamat.
Susan was a classmate at the College of the Holy Spirit, and I think the most significant memory of her that I can remember was the tragic accident she had with her mother. You know, they were crossing the street from school, and a jeepney suddenly came careening towards them, and her mother was able to push her away from harm. Unfortunately, she was hit by the jeepney, and that event was a sad story in our life, and for many of us, for our batch particularly, it was the first time we heard about death in our young lives. And I think this family experience, affected her that much. One classmate said that she couldn't believe how at such a young age she could lose her mother.
One by one, Susan's siblings were caught, incarcerated, and tortured by the military. Nathan and Jan in early 1973, Norman in August of 1974, Lillian in August of 1975, and Nathan again in September 1976. Then, Jan went missing in October 1977.
Ipagtabi mo ko ng ulam, dito ako maghahaponan. Ayoko na mapagbi sa labas, baka mapagkamalan lang. Bibisita ko sa kaibigan at babalik ako sa ating tahanan. Ayokong mahuling-huli sa labas, baka mawala na naman. Alam kong mahirap, alam kong mapanganib, ngunit itutuloy ko pa dahil dapat, dahil dapat. Pagtabi mo ko ng luha, rosas at isang kandila. Hindi man ako nakauwi, sana'y naalala man lang, sana'y maalala man lang.
I was 12 when I started visiting detainees in various prisons. I spent my weekends packing cooked rice in foil and powdered milk into empty tins, and helping my father deliver these rations to my siblings in 3 cramped rehabilitation centers, a euphemism for prisons. Though I was baffled by my siblings' continued loyalty to the revolution, their courage had won my respect. What I could not accept was that this movement, the revolution, had the power to draw its members away from their lives and their families, yet could not care for its own. Where were the kasama, their comrades in arms, when my brothers Jan, Nathan, and Norman were arrested and maltreated by their military captors? This revolution had stripped my family of any semblance of normalcy. It had promised victory, yet it brought only separation, torture, and now possibly June's death.
The time when the Quimpo family was looking for the missing Ronald Jan, Susan entered university initially at USC before transferring to UP. It was on the UP Diliman campus that she first became involved in activism. Her brother Nathan is with us to talk about Susan's involvement in activism during that time, from 1980 to the EDSA People Power Uprising in 1986.
The very first chapter of Subversive Lives was Susan's account of a lantern parade in UP, where her theater group had a good shot at winning first prize. The group had made a 6-foot protest lantern depicting the poor and marginalized and questioning the morality of Yuletide celebrations. On the same day, my other sisters had gone to Nueva Ecija to check out if a report about the death of my brother June, who was with the New People's Army, was true, and if so, recover his body. After calling many times the whole day to find out about June's possible death, Susan left the lantern parade early. Arriving home, she asked if there were any calls for her. The message of the last caller was not about June, but that their group had won the lantern parade. My sisters Karen and sister-in-law Bernie arrived in Manila hours later. They indeed had found my brother's body in a local morgue in Vigor Mortis. While seeking permission to transport June's body to Manila, Karen filched this photo from the police station. June's death had such a profound effect on Susan that a decade later, she did an investigation of her own for her master's thesis, an account which became a chapter in Subversive Lives. All the while, the family had thought that June's killer was a military infiltrator, but Susan found out that the killer was a comrade under disciplinary investigation who had decided to surrender to the government. June was a good singer and songwriter. Among his best-known songs is one whose lyrics were from a revolutionary Latin American poem translated into Tagalog by Mara Lanot, entitled Kasama. Rodi Vera will give us a rendition of June's song.
Sama ang iyong mga matay, hindi maaaring ibigin. Makita mo sana walang una ang araw kung ako'y bumagsak. Kasama hindi dapat mawala ang hardin ng ating ina. Sana'y lagi itong titig sa rosas at hasmin kung ako'y bumagsak. Kasama hindi dapat manginig sa iyong mga kamay ang baril. Huwag sanang manatiling tahimik ito kung ako may bumagsak. Kasama hindi dapat mawala ang hardin ng ating ina. Sana'y lagi itong titig sa rosas at hasmin kung ako'y bumagsak. Kasama hindi dapat marinig sa iyong mga kamay ang baril. Huwag sanang manatiling tahimik ito kung ako may bumagsak. Kung ako may bumagsak.
We have with us today, in this morning's parangal, two of Susan's close friends, who will be sharing their experiences with Susan in her early years of involvement in activism. How Susan joined her very first activist organization will be narrated by playwright director Chris Miliado, who worked closely with Susan in UP Periante. After Chris, we will have our cousin Kendi Quimpo Gorley, who has kept awake at 1:30 a.m. in London, England, to be with us. Candy will share with us their experiences, among others, working with the Alternative Press and the Philippine Sesame Street Project. So now we go to Chris Miliado.
Magandang umaga sa lahat. Kamusta? I remember Susan when she walked into our rehearsals with a bag of sandwiches back when we were a fledgling street theater group at the University of the Philippines. She was with the refreshment committee of the more established UP Repertory Company, and she might have taken pity on our ragtag group. I remember how she mesmerized with stories of her family, how she was the only one either outside prison or not in exile or not in hiding. She told us how martial law tore her family apart, how she spent her weekends visiting siblings in different prisons and detention centers. And it struck me how she smiled through the pain of recalling those traumatic episodes. Susan became part of the UP Tropang Vaudeville and later the UP Periante, a theater group that committed itself to bringing stories to where the people were, in the streets, rallies, picket lines, long marches, and cause-oriented gatherings. Susan's stories gave our slogan and poster presentations its much-needed warp and weft. One morning, it became too real when she broke the news that her brother June had been murdered. Later, she would tell us the story of how the widow of June had to disguise herself to identify the remains of her husband. This account would become the basis of a monologue in the play Buwan at Baril, which I later wrote. But what sears Susan in my memory was a curious incident that she initiated in the latter part of 1985. Curious because it was spectacular and at the same time invisible. The anti-dictatorship movement had intensified during that time, with thousands gathering in the streets calling for the ouster of Marcos. Susan, being the regular source of updates on political prisoners, relayed the message that the mood was dismal at Camp Bagong Diwa, where many of the high-profile detainees had been languishing for years. Could we do something to raise their morale? Susan pleaded. What else could we do besides telling their story of struggle through our street plays, we asked. Susan had an idea. How about we sneak into Camp Bagong Diwa and perform for them? There was a moment of silence. We heard the sound of crickets. But you see, when you're 23, your sense of adventure and seeming invincibility drowns out crickets. We immediately planned the secret operation. Susan knew what to do. She got a list of relatives of the detainees who haven't used their visitors' passes, and we would assume their identity. She had fake residence certificates made with our photos at the Quiapo underpass. The mission was to reach the prison dormitory without being detected as imposters and perform a short skit that celebrated the historic first quarter storm to the very leaders who were once its lead characters. On that Sunday morning, around 7 of us, including Susan, found ourselves lined up at the security gate at Camp Bagong Diwa in Bicutan for the interview with the military guards. We had repeatedly rehearsed and internalized our assigned identities. We were ready to improvise, but under the severe instruction that if any one of us got unmasked, we could not divulge the identities of the other members of the team. We would be on our own. Susan smiled at the other end of the gate when we all got through, and we immediately shuffled towards a dormitory behind a double fence of barbed wires and a watchtower. And there they were, beaming and waving behind the fence, our long-lost uncles. We shook hands with Kuya Balpingel and Kuya Alan Hasmines and Uncle Satur Ocampo and Uncle Fidel Agkawili, icons of our youth, whom we just heard or read about, embraced us like reunited kin. After a period of exchanging pleasantries with the rest of the detainees, Susan signaled to proceed to the second floor dining area. We were ushered to a small corner near the kitchen sink, which was hidden from view of the watchtower. The cramped space was to be our stage, while the detainees watched seated from the rows of dining tables. We whispered the dialogue of the skit about the first quarter storm and its youthful heroes. We whispered how student activists were dispersed in front of Congress, how they regrouped and marched to Malacanang, how they left the politicos shaking in their boots, how their sacrifice and struggle continued in the anti-dictatorship movement that had surged in the last 2 years. From our cramped space, we saw the faces of the imprisoned leaders flushed with emotion while they silently applauded under the tables. Later that day, on the bus ride back to Manila, we basked in the glow of this clandestine victory. We vowed not to breathe any part of the story to anyone and deemed it as if it didn't happen at all because it might jeopardize the situation of the political prisoners as they continued to be easy targets of the regime. That performance on a Sunday morning at the prison dormitory of Camp Bagong Diwa, I consider as a defining moment in my life as an artist and cultural worker. And I have Susan to thank and remember for making that performance of a lifetime happen. A few months after People Power Uprising in February 1986, some of us were at the gate of Camp Bagong Diwa as our kuyas and uncles marched out to freedom. Susan was there, smiling.
In 1985-1986, Susan worked at the Philippine Refugee Processing Center in Morong, Bataan. This was a processing camp for Vietnamese and other Indochinese refugees en route to the US. Okay. Both Susan and George were working there. We don't know if they had met before that. Perhaps later today, George can tell us about this. But the refugee centers became the unusual courtship setting. Here we see Susan teaching English to the Vietnamese. She sported short hair then, and she looked much healthier in this particular picture. The conditions at the center, however, were far from ideal. Accommodations were somewhat cramped, cheap by jowl, as Susan described it. Everybody there had to fetch water from a common tap. She contracted tuberculosis, probably from that refugee center. She had to be confined at Lourdes Hospital, where already then the doctors had to remove water from her lungs. This was just the start of a long series of major medical problems that dogged Susan throughout her adult life. So in February 1986, People Power toppled the dictatorship that Susan and her siblings had fought against for so long. Susan could not join the massive protests and jubilation in the streets as she was in the hospital.
Susan and George, who worked together at the Vietnamese Refugee Center in Bataan, were married on September 10, 1987. They then moved to the United States, where Susan became involved with the Youth for Philippine Action, and one of our colleagues, Rene Ontal, is with us to recall that period.
Time late 89, winter 89, and she just arrived in New York. She and George had spent the preceding couple of years as grad students at Ohio University. So I met Susan during a meeting of ND activists in Manhattan. That year, I co-founded an activist Phil-Am youth organization called YPA, Youth for Philippine Action. But Susan's immersion with the group wouldn't come until 1991. Most of 1990, she and George were getting settled in. I remember they invited me for dinner at their place near Columbia University. Fish sinigang, they said, the seafood from Murray's, which was and still is a very old school, very expensive fishmonger. I said, wow, mahal yan. George lifted up the pot cover and said, we asked them for just the salmon heads, $1 a piece. It was delicious. And so Pinoy, to find the one item worth $1 in the whole shop. In November 1991, Susan asked to meet with YPA for the first time because in Holland, Nathan had turned the tables on Dutch intelligence and the CIA, who were trying to recruit him as an asset, what would become known as the Quimpo affair. Nathan played along, but alerted the Dutch TV news crew. They filmed the Dutch spook trying to recruit Nathan, as well as the CIA operative nearby. Both agents fled the restaurant, but not before threatening him. So now Nathan was facing deportation or worse. So in response, solidarity groups had mounted a hands-off Nathan Quimpo campaign, and Susan wanted us to join. At the time, our meeting space was the Philippine Center for Immigrant Rights, a nonprofit near Times Square. She walked into the meeting and you could tell she was stunned. She hadn't expected the intensity and the variety. Our group was a blend of newly arrived and second or third generation Philams, Ivy League students and blue collar workers. We were mixed race, some had 2 Filipino parents, some were Chinese or Korean American drawn to our militancy. We were gay, lesbian, and straight and bi. I don't think she was expecting this halo-halo, this very intense and very angry halo-halo. This meeting was Susan's first contact with Filipino Americans. And she stunned the group in return because boy, could she hold a room. For most of the group, the movement was this abstraction. And now here was this real deal activist looking them in the eye, speaking plainly, but with undeniable power. Our members said, yes, we'll sign your petition, but we'll also craft our own and bang one out right there on the typewriter. And so began Susan's involvement with YPA. She would become our lodestar, our advisor on all things political, personal, and spiritual, and her surrogate big sister. So we were in the middle of an anti-police brutality campaign after the same white cop in Jersey City who had brutalized a Filipino cartoonist so badly that he had lost the use of his drawing hand permanently, the same cop would later shoot an unarmed Puerto Rican man to death. So we had passion and energy to burn, but Susan gave us our spiritual glue. And she helped modulate our anger. Because while we had lots to be pissed off about, here she was with all that she and her siblings had given and been made to give. And she laughed so easily. A few months after that first meeting in the spring of '92, she roped in Chris Miliado, who was here on a Fulbright. And she and Chris put us through a workshop where we first learned what I call Susan's rules. Susan's rule number 1, no such thing as an uninteresting personal narrative. Susan's rule number 2, no one has the franchise on Philippine history. Didn't matter if you were 1/16 or full or a quarter Filipino in the Philippines or somewhere in the diaspora, every bit of that history is claimable or reclaimable. I'd like to read part of a letter Susan wrote to her sisters in Australia. And hopefully this will work. Yeah, okay, so June 18, 1992. Dear Emily and Lillian, I've spent the most rewarding time working with a Filipino-American youth group, sons and daughters of a mostly low-income migrant workers who work blue-collar jobs. This group, mostly in their early 20s, has such a passion for discovering their ethnic roots. They've experienced racism and poverty in varying degrees. They have so much energy and anger that finding ways to channel these have been such a challenge. They have read so much on Philippine history and Filipino migrant experiences in the US, and such a hunger to learn Tagalog. I've helped facilitate a workshop on recalling ethnic identities, joined them for protest marches against the US bases in the Philippines, and most recently was the production manager of a street theater performance for the Independence Day Parade. Some 50 of us marched down Madison Avenue in 1892 Katipunan costumes, reenacting the cry of Pugadlawin, waving flags of the Katipunan, singing revolutionary songs and shouting slogans. In the process, we discussed the ongoing struggle in the Philippines, discussed why the insurgency problem in the Philippines is the continuation of an ongoing quest for real independence, and related this all to why their parents had migrated and their personal experiences here. Everything was a learning experience. Research was done before we sowed the flags, a discussion of heroes including Melchor Aquino, Lorena Barros, and Edgar Hobson. I learned so much of the Philam experiences and sentiments and their personal struggles in the US. Lillian, this group is a regular UP repertory company, except that hardly anyone speaks Tagalog, and better yet, no one thinks he or she is a star. But then in '93, we began to self-immolate the group, a combination of our own internal issues, and externally, the community was beginning to line up behind RA and RJ. Susan teamed up with Chris again. She wanted to give us a second chance. And this time at her and George's place, she gathered us for a last-ditch mediation effort. But even all their combined powers couldn't hold off the inevitable. YPA imploded, friendships atomized, lawsuits filed. Susan's rule number 3, no community or nation is irredeemable. She, trying to move to a different album now. Bear with me. Almost there. Yeah, okay. There we go. So Susan's rule number 3, no community or nation is irredeemable. Along with several folks who are here tonight, she put up another group called Archipelago. This time, it was her baby as well. She wrote the charter, and I'd like to share some of Susan's words with you. Archipelago is a New York City-based volunteer-run cultural organization. Through the arts, we continue to encourage critical dialogue and promote community involvement in issues that concern the Filipinos worldwide. The mission is clear: to help bridge gaps between the Philippines and American-born, to forge new bonds, to continue the legacy of using art as a forum to expose, focus, and comment on the Filipino experience in America. Are you guys seeing the slideshow right now?
No, we're not.
Oh, okay. Sorry. How's now?
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the mission is clear: to help bridge gaps between the Philippines and American-born, to forge new bonds, to continue the legacy of using art as a forum to expose and comment on the Filipino experience in America. In the affirmation of our cultural identity, we draw empowerment and strength to join other ethnic communities and acknowledge similar experiences in surviving and living in America. Just some of the film screenings that she and Archipelago held. One of the first film screenings by a film organization in New York City. So which brings us to Susan's rule number 4. You have creative muscles and quadrants of your brain that are lying idle, but I can see them, and I will help you activate them. So in the aftermath of YPA, I went to Susan and I said, "San, I'm done with organizing. I think I want to write about this Black soldier who'd fought for our side in the Philippine-American War." She said, "Sige, you can do it." So first draft in 94, I ran over to her place like an eager schoolboy. She read it. She looked at me and chuckled. Most of you know that chuckle of hers, you know, the chuckle that could mean 1,000 different things. She said, "Chong, mag-writing class ka na." Then she softened it with that goofy giggle. "Pero kaya mo yan." To sum up, New York was the prologue to the next 3 acts of Susan's mission. It was here that she decided to help Philams reclaim what was theirs as a full-time endeavor. It was here that she took a memoir writing class at the Asian American Writers Workshop, workshopping what would become her sections of Subversive Lives. And myself and about 10 or 15 people who are also here, we feel so lucky to have been present here during those years. Because before the steady thrum of book tours and speaking engagements and the glorious intensity that was Tagalog on site, we got to witness a young couple finding their place in the world. A young couple deciding to begin their family, with Sarita in 95, followed by Rian in Manila in 2000. The day after Susan died, I stumbled upon the etymology of the word bereavement, from the Old English beremere, to deprive, to rob. There's no denying our collective loss, our heartache for George, Sarita, and Rian, for Susan's siblings and her families. Yet those definitions don't apply to Susan, because I watch all the amazing memorials to her on Zoom from all over the world, and I realized she wove those kinds of links together years ago without the tech. Susan built relay stations of consciousness, connecting a Manoba grandmother in Lake Cebu to a Philam college student from New Jersey, an ex-political detainee in the 70s to millennials, Melchora Aquino to a young Filipino poet on a stage in New York City during the Philippine Independence Day parade. San, of all people, I know you can hear us and you can feel all this. I love you and will keep thinking of you and will keep thanking you for all you've done for me until the day comes that I am called home. So now it's my privilege to introduce the tribute video from Susan's students in Tagalog on site. After the video, we will hear from Laurel Flores Fantuzo. She is an essayist and author of 2 books, The First Impulse and My Heart Underwater. She was Susan Quimpo's student in TOS and beyond for many years. TOS was a study abroad program that catered to the Filipinos of the diaspora for a decade, from 1997 to 2007. TOS facilitated the return of Filipino Americans to their ethnic homeland. It offered an intensive Filipino Tagalog curriculum, a survey course on Philippine history, culture, and literature, and activities with grassroots communities in the Philippines. while providing a natural setting for participants to practice speaking Filipino, and visits to various communities offering local understandings of local culture. The trips to communities in Manila included provinces of Ifugao, Mountain Province, Pampanga, Zambales, Batangas, Palawan, and Laguna. And now we'll have the video.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Laurel Flores Fentuzo. Guro ako dito sa University of Hawaii. I've been asked to speak to Ate Susan's work and legacy at TOS, so I'll briefly try. Pasensya na po, pangit na Tagalog ko, tapos nosebleed. I was part of the batch of 2007, and as a teacher now myself, my appreciation for Ate Susan's spirit has only multiplied over the years. Not only did she handle the logistics of feeding, housing, transporting, and teaching us hapless, flailing Philams Filipino through multiple provinces over months, she also took individual interest in each of us, our goals, our histories, our insecurities, our hopes. Over 10 years later, I can say with certainty, Ate Susan had more love, patience, and generosity for Philams than I do, including for me. I've heard the following from other TOS students, and I quote, "I owe my career to Ate Susan. I owe her my new understanding of my family. I owe her my book idea. Thanks to Ate Susan, I met my spouse. Thanks to Ate Susan, I moved back to the Philippines." All of those statements are true for me too. I would not be the Philam writer, teacher, and spouse to a Filipina that I am today without Ate Susan. I have been Ate Susan's TOS student, her art therapy client, one of her readers and audience members, and her Quezon City neighbor. When I was sick, she took me home. When I despaired, she talked me through. When I worked, she cheered me on. Some mentors build a strength and capability in you, their presence so supportive. It's like a tendon, a ligament running along the bones of your life. You don't know how essential it is to you until it's severed. Ate Susan's guidance was that for me. Her death is a painful severance I must train myself to live with somehow. Since she was the best of mentors, Ate Susan trained me for her absence too. She taught me more than anyone how to think of the continuing presence of the dead in our lives. So I want to leave you with a note from Ate Susan, something she wrote me in an email in 2012. This is some guidance from her as we think of her in the realm beyond ours. She wrote, "Hi, Laurel. All dead go to the astral world when they are ready to review their most recent life and process it. They go through the soul or astral world, then a higher realm called the spirit country, at least according to Steiner, for more processing. To be alone there is also true in a sense, but it is because you are first looking into your own life, your past actions and their consequences. This act is really done alone. It is like doing your own reflections. After a while, you don't need the help of others, and it is best to do this on your own. Looking and wanting to understand your death is also part of the process. That is, in fact, the very first thing you review in your past life, because you go from the most recent events, then backwards up to your childhood and time of birth. Now, don't get weirded out or anything like that. The spirits are not the awful characters of the horror films we watch. They are as pragmatic, even more pragmatic than the living. Good luck. This is important stuff you are doing. It is not just what you are reporting on, but the innate good that the human spirit is capable of. Take care of yourself." It was my honor to be your student, Ate Susan, and I will miss you until my own time in the spirit country. Hi, everyone. I'm just going to add just one small thing, which is that, I feel like my video is very serious because I also feel that I'm speaking for other TOS members, but Ate Susan was very, very funny. And she often gave me a lot of relationship advice. And during a time in 2011, when I was going through something very complicated, she gave me this. If you can see, it's in Babaylan and there's a labyrinth. And she said, I'm giving you this for Christmas so you can find your way out of the labyrinth. And I said, into the labyrinth? I should go into the labyrinth? And she said, no, Laurel, you have to find your way out of the labyrinth. And so just her exasperation and her laughter is also just what keeps ringing in my mind. So thank you.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome singer-songwriter Noel Cabangon.
Hi, everyone. I'm honored to be part of this tribute to Susan. Siguro somehow, somewhere, I was able to work with her. Pero hindi ko na rin medyo maalala. But of course, I know her because of June, of Nathan and Ryan, and of course the book, Subversive Lives. So here's a tribute, a song by Joey Ayala. Di ba tayo'y narito upang maging malaya at upang palayain ang iba? Ako'y walang hinihiling, ika'y tila gayon din, sadya'y bigyang laya ang isa't isa. Ang pag-ibig natin ay walang hanggang paalam, at habang magkalayo, papalapit pa rin ang puso. Kahit na magkahiwalay, tayo'y magkasama sa magkabilang dulo ng mundo. Ang bawat simula ay siya ring katapusan. May patutunguhan ba ang ating pagsimba? Sa biglang tingin kita'y walang kinabukasan, subalit di malupig ang pag-asa. Ang pag-ibig natin ay walang hanggang paalam, at habang magkalayo, papalapit pa rin ang puso. Kahit na magkahiwalay, tayo'y magkasama sa magkabilang dulo ng mundo. Ang pag-ibig natin ay walang hanggang paalam, at habang magkalayo, papalapit pa rin ang puso. Kahit na magkahiwalay, tayo'y magkasama sa magkabilang dulo
magkabilang dulo ng mundo.
Maraming salamat, Noel. Now, after Susan returned from the US, she became interested in programs that combine art, education, and healing. So now we will have an excerpt from an episode of a short documentary called Mukha about Susan and her family and on how she gravitated toward art therapy as a way to process what happened to her family.
Susan was granted a scholarship in the United States, where she learned more about what happened during the Marcos dictatorship.
And then my professor said, why don't you just do creative nonfiction and write your stories, sabi niya. So I started writing. And then I realized, hindi ko pala na-proseso yung lahat ng experiences under martial law.
Susan thought writing about her family's experiences would help her heal. But instead, it only magnified her family's pain and hers.
So I would write 2 sentences and cry for 2 weeks. And then I realized, piecing together the story ng pamilya, doon ko lang naintindihan, no?
Wanting to escape the horrors of the past she just discovered, Susan chose to lead a normal life. She stopped writing altogether and tried to build her own family instead.
I started studies in art therapy, no? And which is basically, art therapy is a way of dealing with people's problems or the emotional root of physical problems. No? Kunyari may cancer, may Parkinson's, may depression. Besides just talking, we have certain art exercises that we can do to help the person express things that words do not explain or express.
Susan became involved in art therapy, where she helped people face their problems or grief through art. Little did she know that her therapy sessions would eventually help her heal as well.
Yung una kong mga kliyente, mga former MPA na nakapatay, di ba? Tapos sila mismo hindi pa tapos dun sa proseso, looking back and accepting and dealing with the past. So sa loob-loob ko, ito yung group of people who cannot talk to regular psychologists because regular psychologists will not understand the context of where the trauma lies.
So Susan sought paths of healing and holism for herself and also for others. First aid for the soul, so to speak, through art therapy and emergency pedagogy, as well as anthroposophy and holistic education in the Colisco Waldorf School. So with us today also are some of our colleagues from that period. Next, Cara, Esther, Marivic, and Huna are here to share.
Okay. There. Good morning, everyone. So I'm here in behalf of the Art Biotherapists, the Anthroposophic Wellness Foundation, and the Philippine Association for Art Therapy and Biography. Now, Susan was a really dear friend. She was a confidant, a spiritual guide to my growth and unfolding as an art biotherapist. I feel that her vulnerability and her faults, which she wore with such pride, was one of her greatest strengths. Just like to share with you one of her favorite stories. So Susan loved story. She loved the power of story. And she would use in her therapy sessions the stories from the Grimm's fairy tales. And one of her favorite stories was as short as a one paragraph story. And it was called The Golden Key. And in this story, you will find a young child who is forced to labor for his poor family. As he is scrounging around, he discovers a golden key. And when he finds this golden key, he realizes that where there is a key, there must also be a very special box. Susan, for me, was like a golden key. She helped us discover our own keys, helped us discover our own stories, and in that, our own power. She unlocked within us dormant potentials, things that we didn't even think we could do. She knew. She had that forward thinking into the future. So through art, she helped us embrace our own biography. I'd also like to share in behalf of my group a letter from one of my friends, Susana Kalalay, that she wrote in May 19, 2020. Dear Susan, I awoke this morning thinking of you. You were in my mind last night before sleeping, and like those days, when you entered my thoughts, I uttered a prayer to the higher world to extend your time on earth. It is with a heavy heart that I write, in spite of the anthroposophic awareness that we design all our lifetimes to fit our mission. You have been one of the persons I have respected, for you have not only impressed upon me a sterling courage, not merely in the fight for the oppressed in our society, but also the strength to muster the debilitating condition which obstructs your very purpose. When you requested a study on dying, it was apparent you were gearing yourself for your journey to the outer plane. For this reason, I willingly supported and agreed to be part of your goal. We are so different in many ways, and at times our ideas conflicted. But it was you I often sought for another sounder view. You opened the dimension I have always been inclined to enter and explore, one you were gifted to see. I will always remember and cherish you for that. At this junction, we lift our prayers, imploring the guardians of a loftier threshold, where I am confident you will be graciously embraced. Yet a vague spiritual sadness overcomes me. Rest assured, I will always be there for your George, Sarita, and Rianne, the pillars of your being. I am sure they will carry you proudly in their lives. I like to pray and believe in miracles, and one is for you to wake up on a fine morning healed. But in whatever aspect that miracle may be, I feel blessed and ever grateful to you for being a part of my life, and I long to see you again in the hereafter. With love, Susanna. I'd also like to share a short passage given by one of our dear friends, Marielle Francisco. It comes from Eternal Echoes, Celtic Reflections on Our Yearning to Belong by John O'Donoghue. If you loosen the sad grip of grief, a new belonging becomes possible between you. This is one of the most touching forms of belonging in the world, the belonging between us and our loved ones in the unseen world. It is a subtle and invisible belonging for which the cross obviousness of modern culture has no eye. Yet this invisible belonging is one in which so many people participate. Though the silent weeping of your heart lessons you get on, more or less, with your life, yet a place is kept within you for the one who is gone. No one will ever be given the key to that door. As years go on, you may not remember the departed every day with your conscious mind, yet below your surface mind, some part of you is always in the person's presence. From their side, our friends in the unseen world are always secretly embracing us in their new and bright belonging. Though we may forget them, they can never forget us. Their secret embrace unknowingly shelters and minds us. The bright moment in grief is when the sore of absence gradually changes into a well of presence. You become aware of the subtle companionship of the departed one. You know that when you are in trouble, you can turn to this presence beside you and draw on it for encouragement and blessing. The departed one is now no longer restricted to any place and can be with you any place you are. It is good to know the blessings of this presence. So in behalf of Alfie and Pabati, thank you, dearest Susan, for the life you have dedicated to healing others and strength. And thank you for being our golden key.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Te Samaniego. Kasamahan po ako ni Susan sa Emergency Pedagogy. Nakasama ako ni Susan sa labas ng mga kaganapan sa usaping politika. Sa larangan ng mga gawain na may kinalaman sa paghilom, edukasyon at pagprotekta sa pagiging bata ng mga bata, ay nasubok ang aming pagsasanib puwersa at pagkakaibigan. Kasapi din po ako sa kilusan ni Susan na malakas kumain ng kanin, malambot na karne na may makapal na taba, cake na binabalot ng icing, sosyal na kape, at coke na may maraming ice. Kinagigiliwan kong tawagin si Susan na Q. Paulit-ulit akong tinatanong ni Q noon. Maitanong ko nga lang sa iyo, Te, aanhin mo ba lahat ng inaaral mo at ng mga notes mo? Sabay nakalukos ang mukha niya na may bahid na suwabing pagkainip. May kasama pa itong babala ukol sa umaandar kong edad. Ang madalas ko namang isagot sa kanyang tanong, ngunit Susan, ako ay isang nanay na matagal nang hindi umaambag sa labor force. Ano naman ang pwede kong maiambag? Gamit ang prinsipyo, gamit ang mga prinsipyo ng pag-oorganisa, hindi niya ako tinigilan hanggang sa napakilos din niya ako. Sa madaling salita, sa aking biography, Si Q ay nagsilbing isang pusher. Opo, tagatulak. At dito ay nagpapasalamat ako sa kanya. Kinakwento ko sa kanya, ang una ko namang kalaban, Susan, ay hiya. Ang humarap sa nakararami tulad nitong ginagawa ko ngayon. Pero ipinapaalala niya sa akin parati, hindi ito tungkol sa iyong hiya o sa pagkawalang hiya. Kung hindi, tungkol ito sa kung ano ang pwede mong maibahagi para sa mga bata. Yolanda, 2014, nagsimula ang career ko na kasama ko si Q na rumampa sa entablado ng mga nasakunang kaluluwa. Tingin ko ay mas malaki pa sa akin ang tiwala at pananalig ni Q sa aking kakayahan bumahagi sa kung anong pwedeng gawin. Literally, hinugot din ako ni Q sa aking comfort zone. Sa mga unang yugto ng aming mga gig, ay naka-video okay mode si Q sa akin. Ang ibig sabihin po nito in layman's term, pipindutin lang ni Q ang selection mode, tapos tutugtog na yung mga gusto niyang ipagawa sa akin. Minsan napapasubo ako at napipikon ako sa mga on-the-spot song hits selection ni Q. Sasabihin lang niya, ito ang mga kailangan gawin. Gulatan. May pagkadiktador. Pero artistic at makabuluhan naman ang pamamaraan. At nagkakasundo naman kami sa iisang layunin, ang ibigay sa mga bata ang kanilang pagiging bata. Kaya siguro nasasakyan ko din ang pagka-dictatorship gimmick sa akin ni Q. Ang una niyang pinagawa sa akin ay isang transformer role. Dinala niya ako sa isang silid ng isang bahay ampunan na punong-puno ng mga letra, multiplication table, pictures, etc. na pagpasok mo dun sa silid na yon, halos hindi ka na makahinga sa dami ng nagaganap sa paligid. So ang una niyang sinabi sa akin ay pakibago ang anyo ng silid na ito. Pakitransform para yung mga bata ay makahinga. Nitong mga huling taon ay umusad na ang aming mas consultative at collaborative na proseso ng pagpaplano ng mga gig na ginagawa namin. Mas nag-uusap na kami ng pagkakapareho, pagkakaiba, at kung paano namin masusuportahan ang magkaibang pamamaraan na ginagawa namin para makahilom sa mga bata. Siya bilang art therapist at ako naman ay bilang isang educational support practitioner na ang pagkilos ko naman ay nasa therapeutic movement. So madami kaming usapin kapag kakain kami sa gabi. Meron kaming i-discuss na isang talambuhay ng isang bata. Tapos pag-uusapan namin kung anong pwedeng gawin, susuporta sa art, tapos susuporta sa movement. Dahil may pagkilala na at interes sa pagkakaiba at pagkakatulad ng mga ginagawa namin, naging mas epektibo ang pagtulong namin sa mga bata. Sa huling proyekto namin, na gumawa kami ng manual, ay nagtampo ako kay Q. At ito ang aming eksena. Sa mga sagot ko sa text, ay naramdaman niyang nagtatampo ako. Malamig ang aking mga text sa kanya. Kaya ako ay tinawagan niya. Uy, te, nagtatampo ka ba? Oo, Q, nagtatampo ako. Bakit naman? Dahil grabe mong hinamak ang grammar ko sa manual. Tandaan mo, Q, ang pinirmahan ko sa kontrata nito ay content. Hindi naman ako writer talaga at hindi rin ako editor. Uy, nako naman, sorry. Sabi mo kasi mag-comment ako. Tapos sabi ko sa kanya, Q, iba ang pagko-comment sa paghahamak ng aking grammar. Ngayon na binabalikan ko itong apology niya, ay natatawa na lamang ako. Para kaming mga batang nag-aagawan ng candy. Si Q ay astig ang kalooban. Matigas, karinyong brutal. Pero natutuwa akong gunitain itong alaala ko sa kanya na kaya din niyang yumuko para humingi ng tawad kung ito ang hinihingi ng pagkakataon at makabubuti sa lahat. Salamat, Susan. At ako ay hinila mo sa aking comfort zone. Meron po kaming hinindang maikling video ng emergency pedagogy. Nagsimula po ang emergency pedagogy noong panahon ng Yolanda. May dumating ho dito na German group, Freunde ang pangalan nila. Umiikot sila globally sa mga lugar na may disasters at kung ano at iba't ibang sakuna, at meron silang healing method na ginagawa para sa mga bata. Hindi po siya counseling, mas po siya sa art, sa movement. Ang basic ingredient niya po ay joy. So masasabi kong si Susan, finilipinize niya itong emergency pedagogy. Nung una, walang mga hasaming gamitin yung slides na binigay ng Freunde from Germany kasi masyadong high-tech, physiological, tsaka parang kailangan professional ka pag naituro mo. Kaya pag nagdi-discuss kami, nagpapasahan. Pero si Susan lang ang tanging nangahas i-take on yung role na pasimplihin siya, gumawa siya ng sarili niyang slides, yung iba nga drawing pa ni Sarita. Pagkatapos binuo namin siya, unti-unti pinalitan namin yung mga foreign slides ng mga, yung kami na, nung ginagawa na namin siya. Tapos ngayon, meron na kaming sariling slide na Pinoy. At ginagamit namin to at iniikot namin para ipalaganap at i-educate ang mga tao na meron pang ibang pamamaraan para sa paghilom ng sugat ng mga bata. So ito na po yung aming handog. Salamat po.
It carried the philosophy of Rudolf Steiner that focused on educating the whole child. So, ibig sabihin niyan, yung head, hindi lamang pag-iisip, kundi pati the hands, yung the will to work, at saka yung heart, yung feeling life niya. And that's through the arts. Susan set up the Colisco Waldorf School together with other parents from a desire to make Waldorf School accessible to the NGO workers and the middle class, so those that live in the city. At the same time, she also wanted to, although the Waldorf curriculum is patterned after the German model, there was a strong desire also to adapt it to the Philippine setting. And so literature, languages, literature was geared more towards our folk literature. And tuloy-tuloy yung pag-research doon. She helped provide the push for a Philippinization of the curriculum in a Waldorf setting.
Magandang umaga. Ako po si Juna mula sa Colisco Waldorf School. Si Tita Susan po, yun po ang tawag ng community sa kanya. Isa sa, I think, nakatadhanang dumadating siya sa, yun nga, mga panahon na mayroong hindi pagkakaintindihan sa community at panahong gulong-gulo yung aming isip at kinakailangan namin ng gabay at ng direksyon at malaki ang naitutulong dito sa amin at maraming salamat kay Tita Susan. Ang kanyang pagtulong ay hindi lang ito community-wide, kundi tumatagos ito sa aming personal na buhay sa pamamagitan nga ng pagbibigay niya ng art therapy sa ilan sa aming mga guro at sa aming mga magulang. Noong nalaman ko na pumanaw na nga si Tita Susan, nagbalik tanaw ako sa mga pagkakataon na nakakasalamuha ko siya. At mayroon akong observation sa sarili ko kung ano ang epekto ni Tita Susan sa akin bilang isang tao. Sa tuwing nagkikita kami or nalalaman ko na nandyan siya sa school o kaya kung nasang lugar man ako o kung mayroon man kaming activity na kailangan gawin, lagi akong naka-attention at gusto ko lagi siyang tutulungan. So, lagi ko siyang lalapitan, Tita, anong kailangan mo? Utusan mo ako? Anong gusto mong gawin ko? Mayroong need lagi sa aking puso na makatulong sa kanya sa lahat ng kanyang ginagawa. At inisip ko at na-realize ko sa pamamagitan na rin ng pakikinig ng mga kwento ng kanyang buhay sa mga nagdaang tribute na si Tita Susan isinabubuhay niya ang paggawa at pagkilos at pagtulong sa tao. At dahil dito, without saying anything, and just the mere presence of her, ay napupukaw yung nature ng tao na tumulong, kumilos, at gumawa to do something productive. At para sa akin, personally, yun yung lesson na bibitbitin ko habang buhay mula sa kanya. At mula po sa Colisco Waldorf School, nais kong basahin ang isang pasasalamat at pagpupugay para sa kanya. Minamahal naming Tita Susan, kilala ka bilang matapang na may akda ng subversive lives na nagtuturo sa mga tao tungkol sa kalupitan at karahasang idinulot ng batas militar. Subalit ang hindi alam ng nakararami ay ang katotohanang habang nananawagan ka ng never forget, ay gumawa ka rin ng mga hakbang upang matiyak na ang karanasan ng batas militar ay hindi na muling mauulit. Never again ang pangako ng iyong pamumuhunan sa isang uri ng edukasyon na tumutugon sa panawagan ng ating panahon. Para sa amin, isa ka sa mga magulang na nagtatag ng paaralan. Nagsilbing daluyan sa pagsilang ng Colisco Waldorf School bilang isang mayamang lupa na kung saan ang mga mag-aaral ay nakatatakbo at buong layang ninanamnam ang kanilang pagiging bata. Tumulong sa pagpapalawig ng kaalaman ng mga magulang sa pamamagitan ng mga pag-aaral upang maging ganap na tao na karapat-dapat mangalaga sa mga bata. Nagbigay ng mga session sa art therapy para sa mga kasapi ng komunidad upang ang ating mga hinanakit at pagkawasak ay hindi na maipamamana pa sa susunod na henerasyon. Nagpakilala ng konsepto ng curriculum na nababatay sa kulturang katutubo upang higit nating makilala at mahalin ang ating sarili bilang Pilipino. Ginawa mo ang lahat ng ito upang matiyak na bilang isang komunidad, tayo ay magiging balanse sa ating pagiging tao at mulat na makikilahok sa pagpapabuti ng lipunang ating ginagalawan. Para sa lahat ng ito, sa lahat ng iyong ginawa at sa kung ano ang aming kinalabasan bunga nito, maraming salamat. Ibinabalik namin ang pagmamahal ng buong buo na buong buo mong binigay ng walang pag-aalinlangan. Sana ay dalhin ka ng aming pagmamahal ng matiwasay sa iyong bagong tahanan. At sa inyo, Tito George, Sarita at Adriana, sa lahat ng kaibigan, kapamilya at mga nagmamahal sa Kanya, kaisa niyo kami sa pakikiramay, sa pagdadalamhati, sa pasasalamat at pagpupugay. Maraming salamat po.
Sorry, I was also muted again. So maraming salamat, Tuna. Susan had a lot of close friends who were practitioners of Reiki, an energy healing modality, which believes that our thoughts and feelings affect our physical well-being. With us today is Neva Gonzalez, who can explain Susan's involvement in this.
Okay. Magandang umaga sa mga nasa Pilipinas at magandang gabi sa mga nasa Amerika. Isang taus-pusong pakikiramay sa pamilya, kaanak at mga kaibigan ni Susan. I was requested by Tina Bawagan to speak on behalf of our energy healing group in this tribute. Sometimes, ETA would refer to our group as the Psychic Left. We are part of Susan's prayer brigade. Una naming nakasama si Susan noong mga panahong nagsasagawa kami ng ritual para sa bayan sa bantayog ng mga bayani grounds noong 2008. Kasagsagan ng kampanya laban sa administrasyon ni Gloria Arroyo. Nakasama rin namin siya noon sa ilang mga talakayan tungkol sa spiritual dimensions ng social transformation with Nikki Perlas. As a healer, Susan helped Tina come to terms with her incarceration, torture, and tragic incidents in her life during martial law. She also conducted art therapy sessions with ETA when ETA was undergoing chemotherapy sessions for her cancer. This helped ETA in understanding herself better and the traumatic events she went through that might have contributed to her cancer. In February of this year, when Susan was already experiencing extreme physical discomfort because of her systemic scleroderma, she requested a handful of us to visit her in her house in Antipolo to conduct a Reiki healing session. Kinwento niya na minsan hirap na siyang huminga at kailangan na niya gumamit ng oxygen tank. Meron din siyang mga skin lesions sa paa na walang lunas at masakit. Gumagamit na rin siya ng tungkod to move around the house. After the healing session, we noticed that her aura brightened and her energy increased. Inamin naman niya na nakatulog siya during the session at mas magaan ang pakiramdam niya pagkatapos. From time to time after that, she would message us to request for prayers whenever she really felt bad. Sasabihin niya, hirap ako huminga at sobrang bilis ang tibok ng puso ko. But please don't tell George. Baka mag-worry siya. Ganyan si Susan. In the midst of her own suffering, iniisip pa rin niya ang magiging reaksyon ng mga mahal niya sa buhay. Sa gitna ng kanyang paghihirap, hindi nawawala ang sense of humor at optimism ni Susan. Noong June 3, pagkatapos niya ma-ospital, may ganito siyang mensahe sa amin. I'm still here. Apparently, your prayers worked. Super duper thank you. And heaven's door did not accept me. At least this time around. I might still give Enrile a run for his money. At one point, she felt that her time here on earth is nearing its end. She told us to pray that her transition will be peaceful and painless. We told her in return to visit us even in our dreams. At kwentuhan niya kami ano ang ginagawa niya sa kabila. During the last few weeks of her life, she had one-on-one Reiki sessions with Aisa. Sabi ni Aisa, katulad ng iba, na itanong niya kung malapit na ba ang kanyang paglisan at kung ano ang kanyang gagawin na paghahanda. Katulad ng lagi kong sinasabi sa iba, ang mga gawain para mabuhay ay katulad din ang paghahanda para sumakabilang buhay. Kumain ng ayon sa pangangailangan, maging masaya, malapit sa Diyos at tanggapin ang bawat sandali. Masaya ako noong nagparamdam si Susan ng kanyang pag-alis sa pisikal na katawan. Para bang nagsasabi siya na, Aisa, umalis na ako. On the night she passed away, ETA suggested we hold a prayer ritual of sending Susan to the light. At around 10 p.m., 6 of us went on Zoom to do a mix of the Tibetan Christian prayer ritual. The prayer ritual, nakita namin ang masayang mukha ni Susan, ang kanyang signature smile. Sabi ni Aiza, nagbigay si Susan ng mensahe na hindi lang para sa amin, kundi para sa lahat. Katulad ng kanyang katauhan na may malalim na pangunawa sa buhay. Para bang sinasabi niya, sabihin mo nga sa kanila, I am not dead. Susan, you will continue to live in the hearts and minds of the people whose lives you have touched. Ipagpapatuloy namin ang laban mo para sa isang daigdig na may kapayapaan at pagmamahal sa kapwa.
Maraming salamat, Miva. At this point, we're going to take a 5-minute break para makapagpahinga naman kayo at so we can have a short period to reflect on what we've already discussed. So we'll be back after 5 minutes. Maraming salamat po. Again, welcome back. Susan became involved in healing and art therapy largely because of an important project, Subversive Lives. The family memoir she co-wrote and co-edited was published in 2012 by Anvil, and then Ohio University Press published an international edition in 2017. We have an excerpt of a conversation with Susan's siblings, Nathan, Brian, and Emily, about the book. As most of you know, Nathan and Ryan joined the underground movement. On the other hand, their ate, or their older sister, Emily, took a different path as a member of Opus Dei, the conservative Catholic organization. That meant she cut off ties to some extent with the Quimpo family, since she had to live in the Opus Dei residence. But she remained involved with the family in other ways. Emily was the one who actually claimed the body of June Quimpo after he was killed by the Marcos military, which she mentions in this interview. But the conversation starts with Nathan explaining how Subversive Lives began as two separate book projects of Nathan's and Susan's, but eventually became a family project.
Susan had already been working on the book, okay, in the early 1990s, okay. That was for her studies in journalism at Ohio University, and also for a certificate in nonfiction, creative nonfiction writing at Columbia University. And so she was already quite busy doing the chapters and all that. And then at some point, well, also because of, I guess because of her different commitments in the US, okay, and also the family. So she sort of stopped for a while, okay. In my case, I only started around 94, 95, just writing notes about my experiences in the movement. And so the intention was that I would also be coming up with a book, okay? And then, I mean, the person whom Susan was sort of communicating a lot those days and was sort of encouraging her was Vince Rafael. And at some point, Vince came up with the idea, oh, you told me that your brother is also working on a book project and both of you have stopped, okay? So why don't you just pull your resources together and come up with a one book, okay? We came up with the idea, okay, let's sort of, ask our brothers and sisters, our siblings, for, comments on the book, on the drafts, the manuscripts that we had made, and also to ask for, say, any corrections, additions, subtractions, and accuracy. So we wanted things to be checked for accuracy too, okay? We had just sort of, had an open invitation to everybody in the family. Okay, those who would like to chip something into the book, then But then we didn't really expect Emily to be the first, to be the first one to say that she would participate, because I mean she belonged to a conservative religious organization, which is the opposite, in fact, of leftist movement.
And the context is your parents, Ishmael and Esperanza Quimpo. You have 10 a family of 10. 7 joined the underground movement. 5 were imprisoned. 4 were tortured. 1 was murdered by the military. Another was made to disappear and is presumed dead. And another forced to live in exile. So it's a pretty compelling story. Pero si Emily, of course, had a different path, but she was still part of the story. And I guess a lot of people will be interested in, how you reacted to this process.
I would get letters from Susan, very few letters, because all our letters were sort of censored in a way. And she was telling me about all the work she had been doing in the refugee camp, and later on with Tagalog on site. And I really admired my sister, because I thought she's the one who was the most underprivileged among us, grew up in more poverty than we did. What made me participate was, first of all, I thought, I've got nothing to do here with this book, but I can encourage Susan and support her, because she somehow turned to me. She said, can you correct some of my paragraphs? Because she had always looked up to me as a writer when I was working for Ayala. And I said, okay, I'll support her in everything. But one time she said, Ate, I'm sure you can write something, even just one paragraph, like what feelings you had when you went with Bernie and with Karen to pick up the body of June. And I thought about it, and suddenly I was writing what I had meant to be only one paragraph, but it was so long that Susan and Sunny divided into three paragraphs. And I think that what made me participate and write down was what Susan had said. Tell me about your feelings and what you went through when you went to Nueva Ecija to pick up the body of June. And I said, okay, when I'd finally, because I wrote the paragraph straight, it took me, I think, 3 hours. In the early hours of the morning, I finished it. But for me, it was to exorcise myself in a way from mixed feelings of guilt and shame and regret and grief that I had sort of abandoned the younger ones in my family.
I remember going to Amsterdam, visiting Sunny, and on his desk was the biography or autobiography of Nelson Mandela. And I saw him trying to write, not yet for the book, but more as a autobiography of sorts, no? And I told him the big difference between whatever you're writing and what Mandela wrote would be they won. And history is written by
victors.
And perhaps whatever we write, it might just stay in the corner of the library accumulating dust. That's how my first feelings about writing. But it was Susan who prodded me and uh, to write. And as I saw her initial writings, I think it was Lantern Parade, it got me going, and I said there must be a there must be a, 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 a purpose or positive consequence if I write.
Sometimes I would have these feelings of how shall I say? Well, like almost desperately thinking, what was it all for? I've got my two brothers who are gone, and my sister is going all around the country, just trying to drum up support for the ideals of the movement before. But as the days passed, I realized, and the way Susan really worked hard, I thought, well, this book and the way Susan is promoting it is very essential, because it's stirring the conscience of people that they cannot be complacent and accept the things that are happening now, especially now with the leadership in quotation marks of the country. And I was so saddened when Susan told me that she would meet a lot of young people who didn't even know what happened. I don't know, is it true that some history books were changed? But that's what I heard, that the young people are not studying that era of the history of our country in the true light, you know? And I felt, yes, that book is very important. And Susan's efforts in promoting it, very important. Because if not, we will just accept things as they are now. And where is the Philippines heading for, if that's the case?
She really believed in that something can be done, you know. And I think that bothered me, although initially, because we worked on a short film called Ano Ba Ang Martial Law? And I was really discouraged when you were trying to explain that there was a dictatorship and there was a revolution that happened. But for the youth, when who were interviewed in that film, they were saying the basic question, who is Marcos, or what is martial law? No? Did it happen, you know? And so, wow, I said, it's even more difficult because of that absence of awareness of basic facts and history. Well, I saw Susan, she persevered in the effort with much optimism, no? And that made me really think more of the question, and well, it was a point of it's not only what you accomplish in the end or the end game, you know, but the process of struggle. And even more recently, before she died, she would tell young activists, know how to pace yourself. You cannot expect to change things overnight.
But then I sort of didn't expect, you know, that it would become some sort of an instrument or a very important tool in the struggle against authoritarianism. Okay, and that has become so mainly because I think of the efforts of Susan and those who have been working with her closely in the Philippines. Okay, the others, I mean, we can do a bit of our share ourselves in this movement against authoritarianism. But I mean, in terms of really sort of working and trying to get, to work campaigns, movements, that has been mainly the work of Susan.
Want to ask each one of you. So we are in a situation where maybe your family was, I guess, in 1970. There's another dictatorship, essentially. There's another government that's very repressive or appearing to be becoming more repressive. So there are families out there like you, middle class families, yung parents, just go to school, um, get an education, and you just don't get involved. What do you tell them?
Yes, that question has come to me quite often. And sometimes I think, yes, there would be lots of families, middle class, with parents aspiring for education for their children. But the other thing is, out there's also a very powerful force that is trying to erase recollection of those Marcos years and martial law, and making everything so nice and rosy. But and then the children don't see that, especially with the amount of social media, where one tries to say something and immediately some troll or somebody comes and the result is quite a confusing mixture for the young to understand. I guess a lot of responsibility, onus should be on the parents now. But then the way that this current government has come in is, of course, on the votes of so many people who are either paid off or who are not educated, so that there is that strong base that would contradict anything that is said in social media. Even I remember when Susan rang me from the US, her last trip to promote the book after it was printed by Ohio University. And she said, Ate, talagang hirap, ang hirap, because there were people there who were trying to cancel her talks in universities. And I think they succeeded in some. And I felt sorry because even in promoting and getting copies of the book, she and George were putting their own money and trying to push it and promote and all that. But there's this big group out there who just keep on covering the truth.
I've been also asked to talk, okay, sometimes about the book, sometimes about the movement in general, okay, and yes, I would sort of course, talk about what happened to our family, and I said, look, we were lower middle class, I would even put it, okay, but then we had great aspirations, and our parents sent us to the best of schools, okay, UP, Ateneo, Holy Spirit, San Beda, okay, Philippine Science. And yeah, there were, great prospects. I mean, for each one of us individually, okay. And then came this, Marcos period, and you could see that there was going, first it was things were moving towards martial law or dictatorship, okay. And then, things became much more, the economic crisis later on in the early 80s became really bad. There was so much corruption and all that, And then what was happening to our family, people getting arrested, detained, tortured, etc., killed, disappeared, and all that. And, this was supposed to be a family that's supposed to be better off than a lot of others, okay? The great millions who are really poor in the Philippines, okay? And yet it happened to us, okay? And so I was sort of, telling also that, hey, look, if we get into a situation again of dictatorship, it's not just going to be dictatorship. There's also going to be economic crisis. There's also, again, so much corruption and all that. And you may not sort of, maybe you yourselves may not be so involved, but think also about the people around you, okay? Your brothers and sisters, your children, okay? Because they are going to react. Some of them are going to react in the same way that as what happened in our family. And you don't want to repeat all that again. Yeah. That's what I tell everybody, that you may not think it's not going to affect you, yeah, but in the end there will be so many people around you who will be affected, okay, and who will even even give up their lives and all that. So let's not go through another dictatorship.
Emily is actually also with us right now and would like to offer more insights into Susan.
Switch your microphone, Emily.
You're muted.
Yeah, it's microphone, Emily.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Well, one great miracle for me is the realization that in her very short life, my youngest sister was able to pack so much. She turned out to be a loving mother to Sarita and Rian, a good wife to George, and a caring and solicitous sister. Family mattered to Susan, and she showed this in small and meaningful ways. For instance, when Ryan left Paris to settle and retire in Dumaguete, Susan was in touch with him. There was a period when his health was suffering, and she made sure that she would check on him regularly and got us, her siblings, to help out in our own ways. Then there was a time that a nephew, a grown-up nephew, could not get along well with his parents, and he was on a downward spiral. Fortunately, he went to Susan and George, and Susan acted as a mediator. She guided that nephew of mine, first of all, to regain his self-esteem, and later on to set up his own business with confidence. My sister here in Perth, Lillian, has a son and a daughter. And when that son decided to go into marriage with an American Australian, Sarah, they loved Siquijor Island so much that they decided to have their wedding in Siquijor. Susan said, "Ate, I and George, because of various commitments, will not be able to attend the wedding. But please tell Andres that before the wedding, I will definitely set up time to help them with some of the preparations." And she managed to do it, even if she was already so busy and, as usual, not feeling too well. So she arranged to take them to markets where they could get good material for whatever dresses there were for the bridesmaids and all that. She also said, "I know where we can get those, the little trinkets that you give away at weddings. And she was able to arrange all that. Then when Phil, my husband, and I went over last Christmas to spend Christmas with her and my other siblings, unfortunately, Phil ended up contracting pneumonia, followed by a heart attack. And for that whole period, we were confined in the ICU, me as Bantay, ICU of Fatima Hospital in Antipolo, later transferred to the medical city in Ortigas. And right at that emergency, Susan arrived. I was so surprised because she was already bothered quite a lot by her underlying condition of scleroderma. And her foot was not healing from an operation because there was no circulation in her foot. But there she was. She arrived with Rian and Sarita holding onto her baston, her cane, and walking very slowly and painfully. But she came personally to whisper words of comfort, to help me fight my fear of potentially losing my husband, and to make sure that I take some lunch. Then later on, in this February 6th, we celebrated her 59th birthday. And by the time we had our other siblings come from abroad, except for Liz, the eldest, who is far away in the United States. And it was Phil's first outing after that long stay in hospital. We were all happily celebrating inside, cracking jokes, enjoying the lechon and everything. And yet she noticed, she called me, she said, she said, Phil doesn't look well out there, because he had gone out to the porch for some fresh air. And she said, why don't you ask him if he would like a bit of rest? And I said, oh, he's okay. And she said, no, I think he will need some rest. And I went out and I asked my husband, and true enough, he said he was not feeling too well. And so I led him to the bedroom in their granny flat. But it was Susan, in the midst of all that celebrating, that noticed this. Then Susan had a very, very great love for her country. And one of the things that she did was to, as we all already know, nurture and protect the dreams and the aspirations of young Filipinos. We have seen that in her Tagalog on-site programs and in art therapy sessions with the young. Then another manifestation, small one, of her love for country was she always patronized Philippine-made goods. All her gifts to us were native creations of Philippine weavers, craftsmen, food manufacturers, books, music, CDs, all that. In fact, her last gift to us, to Phil and myself, were 2 boxes of Philippine manufactured chocolate. And it had a curious name of Philo or Theophilo, and it says it was made from Philippine cacao, and it was mixed with other Philippine ingredients. And she said, oh, medyo mahal nga, galing sa Rustans. Pero yan, that's the best. That's why it's in Rustans. It's one of the best. And she was very, very proud of that. The last thing I wanted, of course, to comment, and others have commented, is her steadfast mission, her unwavering mission to take up that for us grown-ups to take up the duty and responsibility to let the children of this generation and their children's children inherit a better Philippines. I remember both with pain and with admiration one time when I sort of tackled her, thinking, oh, I'm doing the right thing. I had just finished having a chat on Messenger with George, and he said he was alone in that big house they had in Antipolo because the two children were, of course, in their boarding places, which they had to secure because of the horrendous traffic in Manila. So they had to live in those places. And George was there alone in this huge house, and he felt like, rattling in that old house. So I immediately got onto Susan through Messenger and I said, why do you keep on? I said, di ba tama na yung ginawa mo? I said, you owe it to your husband and your children, or have you forgotten that you have a husband and children? Why are you always out there doing inter-island trips, moving around in workshops and all that? And I said, you already published Subversive Lives. Our brothers and our sister who were involved in the struggle have given their testimonies. So what was it all for anyway? Now we have a country again sinking into the doldrums. The Marcoses are still wielding their influence, doctoring the records of history, throwing away money which they must have gotten from the people to shore up their current bid for places, well, as presidency and places in parliament. And now the president is hell-bent in bringing our country into another downward spiral with his selfish ambitions and his corrupt ways. So why don't you just stop? I mean, wala na tayong magagawa. And she really got angry and she said, well, all that you have told me right now is why I cannot rest. And why I think most of us Filipinos who really care cannot afford to rest. And then I remembered a saying, it just takes a few good men to remain silent and do nothing for evil to promote itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. In the interview, Nathan mentioned Vince Rafael as the person who raised with Susan the idea of writing a family memoir. And he's here to share some of his thoughts. And also with us is Karina Bolasco, formerly the head of Anvil, which published Subversive Lives, and who is now head of Ateneo Press. But we'll hear from Vince Rafael first.
Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. Along with me is my partner, Leela Shahani, and she wanted to also pay a little tribute to Susan, who she knew, especially during the last years of her life. The story about Subversive Lives has already been told by Nathan, by Ryan, by Emily, and many others. So I'm not going to spend too much time talking about it, except to say that it was really during extended trip that we were taking with George and Susan and I were taking through central Luzon that we would talk about the stories that would eventually find their way into Subversive Lives. And I would just sit in the back, my jaw dropping, utterly amazed at the stories that she would be telling me, and I thought, you know, this has to come out. This is ridiculous. And then she was telling me that, you know, Nathan was writing one, she was writing one, and so I had this idea of, well, why don't you make it a family memoir? And I'm so delighted that Subversive Lives did come out. It's quite unusual. I do not know, to the best of my knowledge, I don't know if there's anything else like this in Philippine letters. Nobody has ever written a family memoir in Philippine letters, least of all a memoir that deals with such a cataclysmic time in our history, involving so many of the members of the family. So in that sense, it's quite unique. The second thing is that it's a family memoir. Not only is it a family memoir, it's also unique in the sense that it deals with stories, not just of survival, not just of heroism, but of profound failure. The idea that you would write a family memoir that would bear, as it were, the disappointments, the heartaches, and not just serve as a hagiography, not just a celebratory monument, as it were, to the family. That also is quite unique. And the third reason why I think Subversive Lives is quite important is the fact that it is a vital document to remind us about the Marcos years, which, as everyone else has remarked here, it's a moment in our history that's not very well understood, that is often forgotten, that is written out of our textbooks, that is in, and Susan certainly was at the forefront of reminding people, never again, as it were. If you remember that slogan from EDSA, never again. And unfortunately, again, it is a lesson that seems to have been forgotten by a lot of people because, as Emily mentioned, here we are again. But in any case, I really admired Susan for her tenacity, for her courage, and for her sense of humor. I mean, she was also quite endearing and funny, and in that way. One of the sort of most intense, or not intense, but certainly one of the nicest memories I have of her and George was the time they invited Leela and I to dinner at their wonderful Antipolo house, which is, it's been very lush, very green Antipolo house. And at that time, she kept urging me, oh, you should just move here in Alang and we can just be neighbors. And I thought, oh, what a great idea. But that her house, as some of you who've been there probably know, is itself sort of permeated by an amazing sense of history. The flooring came from the old Senate building. That's the original floor of the old Senate building that they repurposed. And she had these wonderful capiche windows and so forth. And I thought that it reflected on her sense of history and her sense of taste. So for all these reasons, I think Susan was an amazing person, and we will surely miss her. And so Leela wanted to say a few words about Susan.
Is that okay, Ben? I apologize. I don't mean to insinuate myself here. I'm not even in the program, but I love it. And I just wanted to say something. I'm the daughter of Letty Ramos Shahani and the niece of Fidel Ramos, and I worked in Philippine government for years. And I have been asking my uncle painful questions since I was in college about martial law. And they never were answered really, but I just want to say that my mother and my uncle had very different political and ideological views. And my mother and I loved Susan, and they were friends. And it was painful to read Subversive Lives. It was painful to take responsibility for what your family may or may not have done, because Marcos was related to my uncle who overthrew him. So, and having been in Philippine government for 13 years, I feel that all post-EDSA administrations are responsible for the mess we're in today. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw that Cory, in some ways, birthed Duterte. We're all responsible, and that includes my uncle. And I feel that it's wonderful that this book was written. I engaged repeatedly as head of UNESCO with the Department of Education to put martial law in school textbooks. Because by the time you write books at the tertiary level, it's too late. People's value formations already take place. You need to hit young people in primary and secondary. And I regret to say, and I'm writing a book about this, that all post-EDSA administrations did not spend time on curriculum development. So I completely agree with Emily in what she said. And the last thing I want to say is we honor George and Sarita and Rihanna and all of you, and we must prevent this country from going to the dogs. So keep fighting. Thank you.
Thanks, Vince and Lita. So we'll have Karina.
Okay. For Susan, the youngest of the 10, it was quite clear that they lived in an extraordinary time that demanded of her siblings' generation extraordinary measures. The meaning was written all over, and she didn't have to make it or find it. As an impressionable, inquisitive child growing up in that household, she was like a vessel that just kept filling up with images and stories, activist lore and language, trying to make sense of too many things. I quote her, "Since I was a child in the late 1960s and 1970s, there was so much going on both in the streets and in our home. The first quarter storm was lived out at our dinner table. Very early on, I told myself that I was going to write about all this because this is important, and I had very vivid memories growing up in that political milieu," close quotes. Susan had always been in awe of her siblings who were part of the movement. Growing up, they were her role models. "I always thought they were doing something urgently important for the country," she said, "and I was fiercely proud of them, even when the revolution failed. And even after the squabbles while writing Subversive Lives, they are still my heroes simply because they chose not to tolerate the dictatorship and fought for what they believed was right," close quotes. All four, Norman, Nathan, Ryan, and Susan, said they learned so much about each other that they would have not have known otherwise if the book was not written and done. As a kid, Susan wondered why her siblings lived away from home. She would hear news of them being in Bicol, Iligan, Cebu, or Nueva Ecija. When she asked them what they did in these places, they would always answer, "We have work there." She wondered what kind of work and asked, "Wala ba kayong sweldo dyan?" Because they never had enough to buy clothes, food, or even pay for jeepney fare. She did not understand what going underground meant. No one bothered to explain things to a little child. So as editor reading all the essays, she got answers to all her questions and more. At every turn, she kept going, kaya pala. As the book editor who was in Manila, I worked with her all those 5 years, from 2007 to 2012. Nathan showed up on his yearly visits from Japan. Her faith in Subversive Lives and commitment to it, her resolve to see it through, was like no other. Repeatedly, she cross-checked each account, edited out events or people, collapsed chapters while appeasing all her elders. As the youngest in their household, she was always there but not really seen or heard. So suddenly, she had to assert herself on writing styles, on what creative nonfiction was about, on what the book's vision was, and why she insisted that certain chapters were crucial to hold the story together. In her own words, I quote, I had to deal with 8 times our mother dies, 8 times martial law is proclaimed, 8 times our father is stricken ill and dies. So she decided to focus on how the 8 stories could be pieced together into a single narrative. I quote her again. She said, "I was constantly criticized and it was impossible to please everyone. I was supposedly the editor, but I was still the youngest who had no authority. It was ironic. We were a family of activists, but the family ties were feudal," close quotes. I knew she was the happiest when the book was finally launched in 2012. She said, Subversive Lives has memorialized the lives of a generation that fought a dictatorship. The book is no longer just a family memoir, but that of a generation. A lost generation, in fact, because we lost so many potential good leaders that our country would have benefited from today, close quotes. Susan, who worked the hardest on the book, has reaped all kinds of fulfillment from it, by it, and for it. She described that life after the book's release, and even after the Ohio University Press edition in 2015, life had been it had been an opportunity after opportunity to speak about martial law to school audiences, factory workers, church groups, and even in barangay meetings. It was a most humbling but rewarding experience. Her immediate first and shocking realization, as has been mentioned, was that very few know of the horrors of martial law, not even the teachers, especially in provincial towns and cities. She used their family story as a powerful tool in educating younger generations about martial law. In 2016, she spoke to about 500 public school students in Lucena and brought a few copies of Subversive Lives. At the end of her talk, about 10 students came up to her and shyly said, can we all buy one copy of the book at 500 pesos? And she had to give it. And she said, nakakataba ng puso pag ganon ang feedback sa mga bata. I quote her again, if anything, I think there's much that can be drawn out from the book. For example, when speaking to school audiences, I would pick Ronald John's story, the grade 6 student, altar boy at San Beda, going into Philippine Science High School with much excitement and expectation. The frustration over the sad state of Pisay, no classrooms, no test tubes, long muddy walks to school buildings, eventually politicized this group of high school students, making them ready to join protests like the Diliman Commune, the First Quarter Storm, and to be future leaders of the revolution. I would then go into the stories of other youth during those times, and I would say to them, they were your age. The youth of the 70s and 80s did this and that to defend democracy. What are you willing to do now to defend and strengthen democracy? Susan belonged to a small organization that tries to do projects to make the youth today learn and value the lessons from the martial law era. From the narratives, they are creating new material, short videos, comics, serializing these stories so they can be read in the classrooms. A lot of persevering work that needs to be done to combat historical revisionism. In 2017, at the Ateneo Philippine Studies International Conference on Martial Law, it was called Remains of the Dictatorship. I delivered a paper on the writing of Subversive Lives. I felt it deserved a paper, and since I couldn't interest Susan to do it, I did. I was already in the university press at that time, so I asked Susan to be there, and she even helped me with the Q&A. I opened it with a survey of all the reviews that had come out since 2012. I know I may not have caught all, and more still came out after the 2015 Ohio edition. Reviewers were a great mix, writers, columnists from opinion and lifestyle pages. There was even an Inquirer editorial on it. There were schools, there were academics and scholars. And after the session, Susan told me she was overwhelmed by this. As J.P. Manzanilla, one of the academics who wrote a review in the Center for Southeast Asian Studies journal, he concluded his review of Subversive Lives. And I quote, the breadth of scope and depth of focus achieved by the Quimpos in this family memoir set the standard for future biographies of socio-political involvement. Subversive Lives has turned the Quimpos' identity as a family into a political force. Susan was and is the spirit of Subversive Lives. And knowing her she will continue to haunt historical revisionism. So George, Sarita, and Rian, thank you for sharing Susan with us.
Mel Cardenas, Bobby Malay, and Marie Hobson Lopino are here to share some of Susan's work in remembering a generation of leaders that we lost.
I'd like to share a few photos to illustrate the story of how I met and crossed paths with Ate Susan. I bought the book Subversive Lives a few months after publication. It was 780 pesos being sold at the Bantayog ng mga Bayani. I bought it because we were researching about the activism period in the early 70s in Philippine Science High School. Here is a picture of a protest on December 4, 1970, where student activists were protesting the blacklisting of activists from universities. Philippine Science High School students went to that rally. And sadly, on that day, a third-year high school student, Francis Sontiliano, passed by the Fiati Bridge and a pillbox was dropped on his head, killing him instantly. Francis Santillano became our first Philippine Science High School martyr. And in fact, there are 11 Pisay alumni activists honored at the Bantayog ng mga Bayani Wall of Remembrance. And to honor them, as well as 10 others who are not yet on the wall, at the time, actually, there were only 9 in 2012. We had a ritual for healing at the Bantayog ng mga Bayani, organized by the Philippine Science High School community. I was surprised that Ma'am Tina was part of a book called Subversive Lives. Ma'am Tina was my high school advisor in third year and my history teacher. And eventually she also became my colleague when I taught in Philippine Science High School for a few years. But even when I was her colleague, I did not know of the details of her past and her activism. Only when I read Subversive Lives did I realize, this is Ma'am Tina, my high school teacher. And so I immediately visited her again in Philippine Science High School and we talked a lot, and eventually she introduced me to Ate Susan. In September 2012 of that year, around the 40th year of martial law, Philippine Science High School community gathered together with the families and friends of our 21 Pisay alumni activist honorees to give tribute. Of course, Ronald Jan Ferrer Quimpo was included in that tribute. And Ishmael Quimpo actually was also included because he was Ma'am Tina's first husband, of course. So aside from the 21, we honored also June Quimpo. A lot of people came. And of course, here's Ma'am Susan with the other families of our Pisay honorees. She hugged me afterwards because she said, congratulations, that was a well-attended event. And I said, yes, Ate Susan, imagine so many families, even the family of Francis Sontiliano, his mother who came from Iloilo, was able to attend. And she was smiling and said, no, I meant other attendees. There were a lot of kasama watching you, smiling, sitting on the grass. In fact, she said, I heard June jokingly say to me just now, does this mean I also have a Pisay Philippine Science High School diploma? because you included me among the honorees of Pisay activists. Fast forward to 2016, right after the Supreme Court declared that Marcos will be buried in the libingan ng mga bayani. The students immediately mobilized, and Ma'am Tina was saying, you know, we had no hand in this. It was the students who initiated this spur of the moment protest. And we marched from Philippine Science High School to Bantayog ng mga bayani on that day itself. Ma'am Susan, Ate Susan, would visit Pisay often. Here she is giving a talk on historical denialism and whitewashing to Philippine Science High School's teachers, actually. And that was one of the first ever rituals that we did as MLCP, honoring these young leaders, this lost generation, lost during martial law. When I would ask Ate Susan if it's okay to have you as a part of a documentary being done by Brian Villanueva, a Pisay teacher, she readily accepted and opened us. We had lunch, and again, she had her story recorded on film. And Philippine Science High School students were able to view that, as well as have Ate Susan in the panelists after that viewing of the film. Here she is with Pisay students of batch 2019, Amy, the director, Brian. And if you notice, somebody, Kuya Obet Versola of batch 1969, he was one of the first Philippine Science High School scholars. Kuya Obet passed away last May as well. And personally, for me, I feel that I lost two mentors. Kuya Obet was the one who gave the opening remarks in 2012 during that tribute. And actually, when I was giving a tribute to Kuya Obet online after his death, Ate Susan was watching, and she was waiting for me to give my speech, my part. But she messaged me, you know, I can't wait anymore. I need to rest. I think I have to go soon. And I said, yeah, Ate Susan, you rest. It's already late. I'm sorry, I'm not yet on, my part isn't on yet. But then she clarified, no, I meant I might follow Obet soon. And of course, I started crying. And a few minutes later, I had to go online and give a speech about Kuya Obet. But a week after that, she messaged our group, MLCP. She gave us a long farewell and thank you letter. And I'm grateful that she was able to say goodbye to us and prepare us, because we were able to thank her and say goodbye to her in return. We made a video, a long video that she watched for over a 3-hour video that she watched over 3 days. And we are very touched from MLCP that she gave that effort to watch our tribute to her. This year is the 50th anniversary of Francis Santillana's death. And the Pisay Says Never Again community was actually planning to give a tribute, this time not to the dead activists, but those who are still at it. Of course, Ate Susan would have been part of that list. But we will still do that tribute, perhaps sometime this December. We were supposed to give, this teddy bear called Pisay Says Never Again, with the lab gown and the skirt of Philippine Science High School. Ate Susan would have been an honoree of that, as well as Kuya Obet. But now I couldn't give it to her anymore. So I'd just like to thank the Quimpo family. You're one of the reasons why we have a Pisay Says Never Again. Your book, the process of giving birth to this book, gave birth to a lot of new activists. And I would joke to Ate Susan that, Ate Susan, you have a lot of grandchildren already. Marami ka ng apo sa diwa. Not necessarily through Rian and Sarita yet, but those who read this book are teachers, and the students they teach are your apos. So, thank you, Quimpo family. Nakikiramay po kami sa inyo. And I will offer this candle to Ate Susan later. The same candle that we used in the tribute in 2012. Salamat po.
Now we'll hear from Marie of Santo Pino.
Okay. Muli, sa ngalan ng aming pamilya at sa pangalan ng Bantayog ng mga Bayani Foundation, taus-pusong kaming nakikiisa at nakikiluksa. George, Sarita, Rian, sa pamilya Quimpo, pamilya Chu, mga kamag-anak, kaibigan, at sa lahat ng nagmamahal kay Susan. Una kong nakilala si Susan bilang kapwa-ina na lahat ay gagawin para sa ikahuhusay ng kanyang mga anak. Magkaklase ang panganay niyang anak na si Sarita at ang aking bunsong kambal sa Manila Waldorf School. Even then, hers and George's active participation in their children's education processes and activities speak of how much passion they put into something they love and believe in. Fast forward 2009, after Susan's brother, Marshal of Martyr Ronald John Quimpo was honored with his name engraved at the Bantayog ng mga Bayanis Wall of Remembrance, she became an active member of Bantayog ng mga Bayani Foundation. With Bantayog and the Martial Law Chronicles, she actively engaged students, the millennial generation, in the narratives involving the Marcos dictatorship. She actively participated in Bantayog activities that would help the nation remember the lessons from the tyrannical rule of the Marcos dictatorship, like the hamon ng kasaysayan. I shall be sharing some pictures. The youngest member of the Bantayog's board in 2017. It was brief, Susan, but you have made a big impact, especially at the time when the battle against historical revisionism of the tyrannical rule in our nation has taken a new momentum. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It looks like Marie had some technical problems. And so let's wait for a little bit. But thank you for being patient. It's been a good event. good, meaningful event for at least for us to help put it or putting it together. And I'm sure for the family and for others. Um, um, so in late 2016, Susan played a key role in opposing the burial of the late dictator Ferdinand Marcos. I'm sure a lot of you remember that time when Duterte gave permission for the dictator to be buried. Oh, wait, we may have Marie again. Okay, Marie.
Okay.
Go on.
So where was I cut off? Shall
You were about to share some photos, I think.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll just post. Okay. Ito na lang because of parang that's the photos are not proving. Anyway, siguro yung last statement na lang. Susan became the youngest member of the Bantayog's Board of Trustees in 2017. It was brief, Susan, yet you have made an impact, especially at the time when the challenge, or rather, the battle against historical revisionism of the tyrannical rule in our nation has taken a new momentum. Thank you for your dedicated service to our country. The fruit of your labor is soon to be harvested as we hear young voices of dissent exposing the shadows of tyranny once more attempting to cover the nation. They are getting louder. They are getting bolder and ready to fight it out. Salamat, kaibigan at anak ng bayan. Mabuhay ka.
Maraming salamat, Marie. We have some photos that she wanted to share.
Can I read
Sure.
Bobby's statement if she cannot be heard?
Yes, please. Marie.
Okay, I'll just read it. Is this on our screen? Is the statement on our screen? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sige, I'll read it now. We at Bantayog ng mga Bayani Foundation mourn the passing of Susan F. Quimpo. She had been a member of the Foundation Board of Trustees in 2017. Parang meron din problem ang aking... Oh. Susan's two brothers, June and Ronald, are among the nearly 300 individuals honored as heroes and martyrs of the people's resistance to the Marcos dictatorship, and whose names are inscribed on Bantayog's black granite wall of remembrance. The two boys in their 20s when they died or disappeared. What short, though meaningful lives. And Susan, she had lots more time to serve others, to serve country, to serve other human beings. She even had time to have a family and build relationships, serving in many ways that women uniquely have, as mothers, wives, sisters, daughters, teachers, friends. She had the gift of time to build the relationships, learn the lessons, and teach the lessons that her brothers could not have done because there was no more time. She kept them alive in many ways. For me, it is particularly important that she was close to many young people, that she mentored and nurtured them, helping them up to the front lines in the renewed struggle we must wage against the tyranny. We will miss Susan.
Okay, thank you, Marie. Maraming salamat. As I was saying, in late 2016, Susan played a very important role in opposing the burial of Marcos at the Libingan ng mga Bayani or Heroes Cemetery. So we'll hear from Clara Balaguer and Neta Rosales about how she helped lead that battle. And also after that, Dessa Casada will perform what's probably the most important song of our generation, or the song that helped define the martial law generation, Awit ng Petty Burgess.
Susan Quimpo's student in TOS and beyond for many years. TOS was a study abroad program that catered to the Filipinos of the diaspora for a decade, from 1997 to 2007. TOS facilitated the return of Filipino Americans to their ethnic homeland. It offered an intensive Filipino Tagalog curriculum, a survey course on Philippine history, culture, and literature, and activities with grassroots communities in the Philippines, while providing a natural setting for participants to practice speaking Filipino, and visits to various communities offering local understandings of local culture. The trips to communities in Manila included provinces of Ifugao, Mountain Province, Pampanga, Zambales, Batangas, Palawan, and Laguna. And now we'll have the video.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Laurel Flores Fentuzo. Guro ako dito sa University of Hawaii. I've been asked to speak to Ate Susan's work and legacy at TOS, so I'll briefly try. Pasensya na po, pangit na Tagalog ko, tapos nosebleed. I was part of the batch of 2007, and as a teacher now myself, my appreciation for Ate Susan's spirit has only multiplied over the years. Not only did she handle the logistics of feeding, housing, transporting, and teaching us hapless, flailing Philams Filipino through multiple provinces over months, she also took individual interest in each of us, our goals, our histories, our insecurities, our hopes. Over 10 years later, I can say with certainty, Ate Susan had more love, patience, and generosity for Philams than I do, including for me. I've heard the following from other TOS students, and I quote, "I owe my career to Ate Susan. I owe her my new understanding of my family. I owe her my book idea. Thanks to Ate Susan, I met my spouse. Thanks to Ate Susan, I moved back to the Philippines." All of those statements are true for me too. I would not be the Philam writer, teacher, and spouse to a Filipina that I am today without Ate Susan. I have been Ate Susan's TOS student, her art therapy client, one of her readers and audience members, and her Quezon City neighbor. When I was sick, she took me home. When I despaired, she talked me through. When I worked, she cheered me on. Some mentors build a strength and capability in you, their presence so supportive. It's like a tendon, a ligament running along the bones of your life. You don't know how essential it is to you until it's severed. Ate Susan's guidance was that for me. Her death is a painful severance I must train myself to live with somehow. Since she was the best of mentors, Ate Susan trained me for her absence too. She taught me more than anyone how to think of the continuing presence of the dead in our lives. So I want to leave you with a note from Ate Susan, something she wrote me in an email in 2012. This is some guidance from her as we think of her in the realm beyond ours. She wrote, "Hi, Laurel. All dead go to the astral world when they are ready to review their most recent life and process it. They go through the soul or astral world, then a higher realm, called the spirit country, at least according to Steiner, for more processing. To be alone there is also true in a sense, but it is because you are first looking into your own life, your past actions and their consequences. This act is really done alone. It is like doing your own reflections. After a while, you don't need the help of others, and it is best to do this on your own. Looking and wanting to understand your death is also part of the process. That is, in fact, the very first thing you review in your past life, because you go from the most recent events, then backwards up to your childhood and time of birth. Now, don't get weirded out or anything like that. The spirits are not the awful characters of the horror films we watch. They are as pragmatic, even more pragmatic than the living. Good luck. This is important stuff you are doing. It is not just what you are reporting on, but the innate good that the human spirit is capable of. Take care of yourself. It was my honor to be your student, Ate Susan, and I will miss you until my own time in the spirit country.
Unang-una, ang libingan na ito ay itinalaga para sa mga bayani. At hindi namin kailanman maituturing si Marcos bilang isang bayani. Sa dami ng pagpapahirap niya, no? Ilang dekada na pinahirapan niya ang ating bansa, ilang libo ang kanyang ipinapatay at ipinakulong. No? Paano natin siya tatawaging isang bayani?
Ang dala kong bato ay dalawa, no? Yung bato para kay June Quimpo at yung bato para kay Ronald John Quimpo, mga kapatid ko po. Sa tingin ko po, sila po yung bayani. Kaya gusto ko na pong unahan yung, imbis na ho yung bangkay ni Marcos ang ilagay doon, sana ho yung bangkay na lang ng mga kapatid ko. Sana po maulit ng ibang tao, no? Sana magawa nila itong pag-aalay ng mga bato na may pangalan ng mga martyrs and heroes kung saan-saan nagkaroon po ng struggles against the dictatorship nung panahon na yon. At saka sana po ay ulit-ulitin to ng mga mamamayang Pilipino para ipakita nila na hindi pa nila nakakalimutan ang mga krimen ni Marcos at higit sa lahat, hindi nila nakakalimutan ng mga tunay na bayani.
Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Ako po'y natutuwa na naimbita rito upang makibahagi sa inyo ang napakagandang karanasan, makabuluhang karanasan with Susan Quimpo. Si Susan, unang nakilala ko bilang kapatid ni June Quimpo dahil siya ay pinakabunso nilang lahat. Pero ang mas nakasama ko ay yung kanyang mas matanda sa kanyang mga kapatid. Si Lilian, si Sunny, si Ryan, sa Kilusan nga. Pero post-Marcos, nung tapos na yung we ousted the dictator, dun mas naging malalim ang pagkakilala ko kay Susan. At pagkatapos niyang ginawa yung libro ng Subversive Lives kasama si kapatid niya, yung kuya niya na si Sunny, medyo tuntua ako sa kanya kasi doon naramdaman yung kanyang katatagan. She was always a very gentle girl, always smiling, pero sa totoo lang, matatag. Matigas nga ang uloy ka ng iba. Dahil oras na may desisyonan siya, talagang maninindigan na siya. Hindi siya pwedeng matinag. Kaya nga natapos yung libro nila na Subversive Lives. Tapos, natatandaan ko rin, noong panahon na napakatindi ng sakit ko sa chemotherapy, pagkatapos ng surgery ko sa cancer, talagang kinumbinsi niya ako na sumama sa kanya. At yun pala, meron siyang healing process through art therapy. Kahit naman anong gusto mo, kung wala naman sa akin yung art, wala kang magagawa sa akin. Kaya matiyaga niya ang sinabi ito, sige, gawin mo lang kung ano yung pakiramdam mo. Pero those were the times where tawa kami ng tawa tungkol dun sa mga desisyon, yung mga resulta ng aking artwork. Kasi sa halip na magandang sunset ang lumalabas, tila naman fried egg at saka 2 pieces of bacon ang nagiging resulta. Kaya it was so much more fun. But that was still part of the healing process. Ang siguro pinakamahalaga na lamang na nakita ko siya, yung kanyang katatagan and dedication sa paggawa ng Martial Law Chronicles. Kasama ang bantayog ng mga bayani at mga kapatid ko rin, at saka yung mga ilang kasama sa bantayog ng mga bantayog board. Talagang pinagtiyagaan nila yung mga iba't ibang eskwelahan. Every year yan, every time they had a chance. At dito nila unti-unti minulat ang mga kabataan. Nakatulong yung martial law files na ginawa namin when I was chair of the Commission on Human Rights, at nakatulong din yung mga ibang libro at lahat ng mga materials na kinuha nila at binuo nila yung Martial Law Chronicles. Yun, palagay ko legacy na ni Susan yun, kasi yung tiyaga na ginawa niya, nagpunta rin kami sa DepEd at kinausap si Secretary Briones na tulungan kami dito. Ginawa naman ni Secretary Briones so that hopefully one day we can institutionalize martial law as a part of the curriculum sa elementary, sa high school, at saka sa college. Nung bineri si Marcos at galit lahat, si Susan, ang kanyang kontribusyon ay dun sa mga kabataan na namulat na sumama sa protesta against the Marcos burial. So yun ang legacy ni Susan. Sinimulan niya ito kasama ng ilang mga aktivista, lahat kami, at ngayon nagpapatuloy. Kaya Susan, saludo kami sa iyo. Ang ganda ng iyong tulong sa pagmumulat ng kabataan, lalong-lalo na tungkol sa diktadura at ipaglaban ang demokrasya. Maraming salamat po.
Nagisnan, puno ng ginhawan, buhay na kumukop, di yata makakayang iwan. Buhay na kahirap, bagay na di gagap, bukas o nakaraan, saan nga ba ang patutunguhan? Naguguluhan ba ako ngayon? Naghihintay na sila doon. May panahong magduda, magtanong. Ngayon ay panahon ng pagharap at pagsulong. Magtatanong ay huwag lubayan. Tunggalian ay walang katapusan. Aking mga mata, malinaw ang nakita, luha ng kapatid, dusa na di mapapatid. Diwa ay natalos, umayo at kumilos, tawag ng pangangailangan, di na matatalikuran. At ang bisig ko'y handa na, walang iwan ang noon. May panahong magduda't magtanong. Ngayon ay panahon ng pagharap at pagsulong. Pagtatanong ay huwag lumayan. Tunggalian ay walang katapusan.
Maraming salamat, Clara at Andessa. 2016 was also when Susan co-convened the Martial Law Chronicles Project, which was already mentioned earlier, to address the alarming historical forgetfulness that has been threatening our democratic institutions. Amy Santos Leons will share more about the work of MLCP, and this will be followed by video clips on her mentorship of youth groups through the Center for Youth Advocacy and Networking, a tribute from sister-in-law Tina Bawagan, and a song composed by MLCP member Floyd Buenavente in memory of Susan.
Magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Amy Santos Lyons, and I'm probably one of the most recent friends and collaborators of Ate Susan. I met her in 2017 during that breathless September period when she's invited everywhere, and I was emceeing one of her presentations. And immediately, as many of you have shared, you are struck by her grace and her greatness. That despite the trauma that she was sharing in her stories, she had so much compassion and love for everyone, and saw in all of us that flame of activism and the power within to be part of movements for social change. I immediately asked Mel Cardenas to introduce us, and please find an opportunity for us to work together. And when I met her, she immediately, being so warm and generous and inviting, asked if I could be part of the training team of their MLCP workshops. As many of people said, these workshops were designed so that they can train high school teachers to teach martial law history to their students in very compelling and accurate ways. And when I attended my first MLC workshop and met the MLCP crew, it was like joining up for Dumbledore's army. And you knew that you were going to sign up for life and be a foot soldier in this movement for social justice. You could already see from Ate Susan's storytelling that she was fearless, not just because she was brave enough to share her family's trauma, but that she invited you to share as well your family stories and how you were connected to martial law, and everyone had a martial law story. And she took what was broken in us and she showed and turned it into something beautiful. Now, she was really transformative in that way, as many of us have already shared. And she had no sacred cows. Everyone was open for scrutiny. Everyone was open for accounting. And then that's also how she asked us to approach martial law history, to do it with a critical eye, with critical thinking, to think about the ways that we were also complicit, no, in propping up a dictator. Often we would say in the workshops, how is it that one person, one family, and even one country can experience martial law twice in our lifetime? Clearly, there are lessons that we are not learning. And often in these workshops, Ate Susan was probably one of the best trainers I've ever had the privilege to work with. I had worked in the US for 15 years. And so coming back to the Philippines, I felt a little politically unmoored. And she would often talk about how there was a place for everyone in this movement, how ordinary people could step into leadership. In fact, her common theme around the presentations was the theme of yung karaniwang tao, the ordinary person, right, who can show amazing leadership. And she would often say she was an ordinary person, which is kind of ridiculous to hear from Ate Susan, who is, pambihirang tao. Pambihira siya sa mga pambihirang tao. And she would infuse these workshops, with exercises that were engaging, were interactive, and were immersive. You see in this picture, people experiencing what it would be like to be kidnapped by the military police during martial law, to be blindfolded, to be removed of your senses, and hearing only the sounds and the violence of martial law. And during the debrief, people who had never experienced anything like that, who were not even born during martial law, were emotional in sharing how they would come to realize that they were standing on the legacy of so many survivors, of so many activists, of so many martial law martyrs, and that it is indeed our duty to continue that work. And as someone had already said, she's not one to hog the limelight, and lift up her story for her own fame or for her own self-interest. She often made space for other martial law survivors to come in and tell their story. And we would often experience them experiencing again and again healing from being able to share that. And we would apply the lessons of martial law to the present administration. Part of what also birthed MLCP were the current threats to democracy. And how, if you were to look at her life as a model or as something to emulate, think of our current opportunities now, to defend democracy. And so we were constantly making the links between Marcos and Duterte. And there was always singing. There was always, after the emotional storytelling that Ate Susan was so amazing at, a time for everyone to also express that grief, that sense of loss of a generation that was stolen from us, with beautiful singing from the martial law protest songs. Again, understanding that we are part of a long thread that stretches back into history. In 2018, Ate Susan approached me with the idea of potentially organizing a US West Coast tour for Subversive Lives. And for her, I think it was primarily because she had that experience of the aborted 2017 tour when US-based National Democrat activists shut it down, and got some of her sessions canceled. And so it felt like a revenge of the book tour kind of idea. But I also understood clearly that she was thinking strategy and she was thinking scale. That because of the threats to activists' lives in the Philippines, that we would need allies in the US who were a little bit more distant, who had some safety and some protection where they were, who could provide logistical, technical, financial support to the movements in the Philippines. And because I was personally going to be in the US for the summer, it seemed like a great convergence of our needs. And so we road tripped from San Francisco to Portland, and then to Seattle, introducing her family stories to a new audience. Talking to people who, had no idea of this history, who didn't even know where the Philippines was, and yet instantly connected to her stories in the ways that, again, she can stun a room of people. When she was saying goodbye to many of the MLCP members in May, saying that she thought her end was near, she wrote me a letter saying how she felt that this tour was probably the beginning of her illness already. That without telling me, she was already beginning to feel some of her fatigue. And that there were many moments during that ride, because we were on a van driving from San Francisco to Seattle, but we would stop at different houses of friends, activist friends of mine who I thought she would love to meet, who would share some of her experiences maybe and definitely her values. She talked about how that she would return to some of those memories of that trip because it gave her peace, and that there were many images and experiences there, some of them very spiritual, even extranatural, that she would return to as she was suffering and in pain during this illness. And one of the things too that she was, I think, very clear about in this trip, because she had talked about how crabby and cranky she was on this trip, which I did not notice at all. But she was apologizing for how she might have gotten on my nerves because of how demanding she was, which again, I did not notice. But I think she was beginning to start giving us a roadmap and instructions for the future, potentially understanding that her time was finite on Earth. And so we talked a lot about strategy. We talked a lot about the difference between her time as a student activist and our time now, and what were some of the differences, and what were some of the ways and methodologies and tactics that we might have to use under this regime. So when we got home from that trip, clearly things were escalating. EJKs the numbers were off the roof. There was already kind of the use of legislation and the use of the executive branch bearing down on many activists. And this was a period of a lot of activism for us, going to rallies and already thinking about the 2019 elections that were coming up. And so we wanted to, she knew that we needed to make a big stance during the elections. And even though MLCP was not set up as an electoral organizing organization, she started to help us shift towards that and thinking about the elections as a stage and as a battlefield where we also had to compete for people's hearts and minds. And so we redesigned our workshop to now include voter education. And we started reaching out to different groups of folks, trying to equip them with electoral organizing skills so that they would feel comfortable talking to their families, talking to their barangays, talking to their schools about what was at stake in these elections and how we needed to win votes. And again, the chorus that would run through many of these workshops was how we as ordinary people can turn things around if we want to. She, of course, was a consummate perfectionist. This is probably one of the times when we had disagreements and had just a difference of opinion on what the tactic would be. But this is the electoral brochure that we developed and that would then distribute during house-to-house canvases in neighborhoods around Marikina, Quezon City, and Antipolo. And this was a new field for Ate Susan. She was stretching herself a little bit as she had never done electoral organizing. And I found in her as well, she was not the mentor teacher who would only impart lessons to us, but she was also still very much a student, learning the new tactics, learning the new technology of how to do outreach and how to do movement building. And here you can see not just Rian, but Rian's classmates, who again, she was reaching to the next generation of people and bringing them into the work. And what I loved as well about what Ate Susan would do in these workshops is that she would tell people that one, democracy was worth defending, and that freedom is worth fighting for, and that it is our duty, and that we have to be able to imagine that better world. And two, that we all get to play a part, whether it's doing a canvas, whether it's picking up the phone and talking to someone, or whether it's sharing a story to someone you had never talked about in terms of your own connections to the work. And this is probably one of the last times we were doing activist work together. We did some door-to-door canvassing in Quezon City. And soon after, I think her illness grew worse. And so she was physically unable to do much of the workshops. She went to school presentations at times when she had the energy, but often was already beginning to note how her deteriorating health. And of course, when she told us in May that she was planning for her transition, many of us in MLCP were in disbelief and probably refused to accept it. And even now that it's happened, are feeling very much not just the loss, but literally lost without kind of the moral compass that Ate Susan provided us. And at times when I felt that way, I really come back to the memorials because it's been stunning listening to just the breadth and the depth of her life and seeing the full tapestry. I feel very humbled to be a thread in that tapestry. And I actually want to read now and finish off with a passage from her chapter in the book Subversive Lives. It's called Like There Was No Tomorrow. And in it, she says, I joined the movement despite its shortcomings because it fought for human rights. Besides, it was the only sustained opposition against the Marcos dictatorship. The arrest, torture, and incarceration of my siblings were testimony of Marcos's blatant disregard for human life. What bothered me the most were the lies that the Marcos administration continued to proliferate, especially about the existence, torture, rape, and extrajudicial killings of political detainees. In my view, apathy and inaction were tantamount to tolerating these lies and further contributed to the suppression of human rights. I was glad that most rallies were held within the vicinity of Malacanang, Liwasang Bonifacio, and the University Belt. My home on Concepcion Aguila Street was close to those areas, and I knew these districts well. Their back alleys, narrow footbridges over fetid canals and slum areas. As street theater activists, Periante and Patatag were always at the front lines, ready to scramble up whatever makeshift stage there was to perform on. A flatbed truck, concrete plant box islands dividing streets, or in front of a church altar. As such, we were always the first targets for the water hoses, tear gas, and guns the police used to disperse rallyists. And yet, whenever the rally was held in the district of Malacanang, our performing group escaped unscathed. At the first sign of trouble, our team would whisper to one another, follow Susan. She knows the way out. I think for the rest of our lives, we will always follow Ate Susan and the lessons that she shared. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Amy. So we will have the song from Floyd Buenavente, but while we're setting that up, I wanted just to add also, yes, the 2017 and 2018 tours in the US were very important for Susan. The 2017 tour was very difficult, as Amy described, but she was able to bounce back with the follow-up tour, and I guess she recognized the importance of the Filipino-American community, which also played a very critical role in the fight against the Marcos dictatorship many years ago. So she recognized that. I guess from their time in the U.S., she understood that we have the Filipino community in the U.S. is the biggest outside the Philippines, and they inevitably will play a role in terms of opposing a new dictatorship or any kind of system that will be repressive or oppressive in the country.
si Bec Alpor. Nagtuturo ng kasaysayan sa UP Los Baños. I am also an alumna of the Academy of Political Management. I met Susan Quimpo almost 8 years ago as a third-year college student of history in UP Baguio. And since then, she has already taught me a lot of things, especially on the importance of speaking truth to power. How she tirelessly worked to make sure that the dark history of martial law is not forgotten is something that really inspired me. And in fact, kung nasan man ako ngayon bilang isang batang historiador ng kasaysayan ng batas militar at ng kilusan laban sa diktatorya, it was because I met her 8 years ago.
Hello, I'm Justin from Akbayan Youth. I met Miss Susan when I was a college student and we had campaigns against the return of the Marcoses. We never personally met then, but she was always so kind to answer all my questions on Facebook. She would ask me to send her pictures of her activities in Cebu, and then she would later message me that she's used them for PowerPoint slides in her workshops, which was a huge deal for a third-year college student like me. Ms. Susan was always so generous with her time for her friends. After the 2019 elections, she really gave space for kasamas to share their fears and their frustrations and their anxiety. I wasn't able to join her art therapy session, and she noticed, and she reached out, and I asked if there would be a next time, and her reply was, if they would ask me, I would willingly oblige. And I really wish I asked, because the art therapy sessions are always the safest feelings I've had.
Maswerte po namin nakilala si Miss Susan Quimpo, not only professionally but also personally. Naging mentor po namin siya sa APM noong 2013 on art therapy. But later on, I would get to know her in the democracy exhibits that we do in different schools as someone who also teaches the history, the horrors of martial law, especially those done to her family. It gave us every time na andyan si Miss Susan, like the extra courage to and the extra effort to make it better, because we know that the experience, that the stories that the youth will get after the exhibit ay kakaiba. It's life-changing. It's like taking off the blinders that you've had for the longest time.
Magandang araw po. Ako po si Bon Maongka ng Bacolod City. Una ko pong na-meet si Ma'am Susan sa first cluster ng APM training namin at noon po isa po akong Marcos apologist ng first year ko in college. At nung nabasa ko po yung libro ng Subversive Lives at nakasama ako sa mga trainings ng SIA na kung saan narinig ko personally yung life story ni Ma'am Susan at ng pamilya niya. Doon po na mulat yung mata ko sa kung ano yung totoong nangyari. So from being a Marcos apologist to a advocate against historical revisionism, nadala po namin yung aral, yung Democracy and Human Rights Truth Exhibit sa Bacolod City. At isa sa mga naging inspirasyon ko po is ang pinaglalaban ni Ma'am Susan. Ang huli po naming conversation tungkol pa po sa bawat bato at basically yung sad state ng Pilipinas sa ngayon. Hindi pa rin nagsisink in sa akin na wala na po si Ma'am Susan. Mensahe ko po sa kanya is rest assured, ma'am, na pagpapatuloy namin kung ano man yung nasimulan ninyo. Ikakwento namin yung pinaglaban nyo, yung buhay nyo dito sa Bacolod. Mananatili kaming tapat sa kung ano yung pinaglaban nyo hanggang sa huling sandali ng buhay. Hindi ka po namin manalimutan. Mahal na mahal po namin kayo. pakikiramay po sa pamilya at sa mga kasamahan ko rin.
Maswerte po kaming kaharap po namin kayo, nakilala namin kayo bilang parte ng kasaysayan, and I think it's the universe telling us that we should make our own history and tell it to others. Maraming salamat po, Miss Susan, sa lahat. At mahal po namin kayo.
Thank you for your warmth, Miss Susan. Thank you for always sharing your time. I cannot articulate how grateful I am of the warmth and love that you've shown us, but I guess our work from here is to be able to pass that on to fellow travelers.
Who was Susan in my life? When I was in fourth year college, June Quimpo, the boy seated in the photo, volunteered to join the Constitution Hills Committee to which I belonged. Eventually, romance filled the air and we would get married. June was Susan's older brother. My recollections of Susan from 1976 to 1981 were few in number. I once saw her very seriously reading the Bible at age 15. I was very impressed at her sewing skills when she sewed a bag for June. In December 17, 1981, my family visited their house in Concepcion, Aguila, and I went up the stairs to break to her the sad news that June had been killed. Interactions with Susan after June's death in December 1981 were more frequent. She would continue to connect with me and share stories about the activities she was engaged in, Batibot, TOS, and outreach projects. Once she invited me to speak to one TOS batch. In 2007, she introduced some Pisay teachers to the Kamay at Puso Community Center, which treated poor children with cerebral palsy. These kids were victims of the toxic waste left by U.S. forces in Clark Air Base. One of the teachers who joined the trip told me later, parang naging paghahanda ito para sa aking hinaharap. A few years later, she gave birth to a child with cerebral palsy. Susan also introduced Sitio Target, an Aita community in Pampanga, to us. Our social science club, Axis, or Acción Escolar, and two teachers, Sheila Paz and Martin Perez, stayed overnight with the community. Each of them spent the night with one Aita family. 2007, I started to contribute some parts of the story of subversive lives. This meant going through the past and reliving each moment. In the process, Susan would sometimes share how divine intervention, my term, would take place. She would urgently need some data about a particular comrade and be surprised to find a book on their table the next day with the details that she needed. In the end, it was a most liberating experience. In the end, we told our story to the world. 2009, Sheila Paz mysteriously drowned. Susan was instrumental in communicating an important message from Sheila to her parents. 2010, Susan offered me art therapy sessions. Being a victim of martial law abuse, she said I was qualified to be her client. Here she explained to me in detail exactly what June was thinking and feeling at the time he was shot. It was like Susan had actually entered June's body that day in December 14, 1981, and experienced the whole thing. With the first shot, June experienced shock. Ito na ba ito? Were his thoughts. He had on several previous occasions told us that he felt he was going to die young. He ran away and tried to hide, but had several shots coming to him again. Since his body turned around, the shots were spread over, and one landed on his forehead, but he didn't feel pain. I suddenly wept uncontrollably at the realization that he didn't feel pain. It took some time before I could settle down. I couldn't understand at first why I cried out loud, with no restraint, but slowly I realized that it was more a cry of relief. For all those years, I had felt sad that I was not able to help June at the time when he needed it most. But with Susan's revelation, I realized that it was all right. He did not feel pain and perhaps did not really need me after all. September 2012, during the 40th anniversary of martial law, Pisay held school-wide fora where martial law activist alumni, their relatives, and members of Claimants 1081 were invited to speak. In the afternoon, each section had one speaker to share. This photo shows some alumni and guests doing a pinky pose to show support for the passage of the Human Rights Compensation Bill. I accompanied Susan as she told stories to one section about her family in the seminar room. She shared a photo of the Diliman commune, where Jan was involved and Pastor Messina was shot and killed. She also shared photos of the Ateneo de Manila University barricade, where Nathan was involved. Susan's joke would always be, while it took the university police 2 days to dismantle the UP barricade, it took the Metrocom 2 hours to dismantle the Ateneo barricade. I recall that she asked me to share my story as well. I guess that started it all, the sharing of my own story in public. At one point, Susan invited me to join her in the Sharon Cuneta show. While waiting for our time to go up on stage, she introduced Laurel Flores Fantauzo, who interviewed me on a topic I had long been wanting to express. It was about how one of my arresting officers exhibited kindness while I was under detention. Thank you, Susan and Laurel. After sharing our stories at the Sharon Cuneta show, Sharon and her audience signed the petition paper we brought for the passing of the Human Rights Victims Reparation and Recognition Act of 2013. On another occasion, Susan recommended to Ateneo psychology teacher Kathy Babao that her students in the Grief 101 class interview me. When I shared with them the time in January 1977 when I said my goodbyes to my family before leaving for the countryside, my tears started to flow. Then again, some years later, Susan brought Miss Carla Rimban, who was producing an ANC documentary about her, to Pisay. Carla interviewed me directly about the first time I saw June after he was killed. This was at the morgue. Again, I cried. It is only now that I see a pattern. I feel that Susan was meant to help me heal. She was an instrument by which I could process the most painful moments of my own life. And for each time that I cried, I felt relief. Activists, after all, also feel sadness, grief, and pain. Thank you, Susan. Until we meet again.
ka? Paano kung kailangan ka? Saan kami magsisimula? Saan kami pupunta? Di pa tapos ang iyong nasimula, ngunit lahat ay may hangganan. Hangganan ng simula. Kailangan ng liwanag sa bayang madilim. Di ka man kapiling, malapit ka pa rin. Paalam at salamat. Salamat sa iyong pagtindi para sa bayan. Paalam, aming Susan. Salamat sa iyong pagtindi para sa amin. Sa iyong huling lakbay, lahat kami malulumbay. Ang bayan ay malulumbay.
Maraming salamat, Floyd. And Floyd would like to say a few words about Susan.
Hello po. I was supposed to say something about MLCP, a final report perhaps, because this is the final project of Ate Susan. But before I start, I would like to show you a coin she gave me when she went to the US with Ate Amy. And toward there, it's a Remember Never Again. And it's from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And being one of the persons who was with her from the beginning of MLCP, and since 2015, November 2015, I never realized that MLCP would be her final project. In fact, ang dami pa talagang project, supposedly even outside of MLCP, given there's gonna be a martial law museum, and napili na yung building na itatayo. And she's also a part of that endeavor, and she was hoping na we would be, MLCP would be a part of it. So this is just a run through of what MLCP, Ate Susan did actually through MLCP. MLCP started in November 2015 as an answer against Bongbong Marcos' run for vice president and historical negationism and revisionism. MLCP gathered funds and produced the 360 video. I think we're the only one who did it, named Gissing, and was published in the Facebook and YouTube page of Martial Law Chronicles Project. It also helped publish the 3-part series, Our History, The Marcoses Legacy, Isinuka na, Isusubo pa uli, which won an award in Human Rights Online awards, and then Shape of Death, and Dahil, and Ang Fake News ay Virus. And among others, it also helped launch Millennials for Martial Law videos and Bawat Bato initiative, while it continues to save, and it continues. MLCP also created a website where it serves as a repository of any pertinent information and data regarding martial law, especially when the Duterte government started deleting information written about martial law on its official gazette online. Everything online about martial law is there. Most of the information about martial law is already deleted online. So MLCP did that through Ate Susan. She spearheaded that, and MLCP and that was already only in 2015, 2016. In between 2016, MLCP worked with various groups alongside CAMP, Coalition Against Marcos Burial, Black Marcos, also while simultaneously creating Duyan ng Magiting launch at the Bantayog ng mga Bayani. 2017 onwards, after much consternation, MLCP decided to focus its advocacy into creating educator modules on the proper teaching of martial law to elementary and high school students. Alongside this ambitious task, MLCP also gave a 3-day intensive workshop utilizing the creative pedagogy of Diwa, Puso, and Gawa. With the help of Sian and Lasal MLCP was able to handle workshops to schools and the universities. And where budget constraints are present, Ate Susan would be the lone representative traveling to different parts of the country. Alongside this, MLCP also became a part of other groups, primarily Tindig Pilipinas, under the late Karina David. And then she also went to the US to do the book tours. 2019 onwards, despite Ate Susan's failing health, MLCP carried on giving out voters education with the help of Ate Amy and women's groups, and workshops and mass education by creating and handing out of voters education leaflets and materials in different parts of the CP, while individually campaigning for Ocho Derecho, and launch videos related to martial law from past to present. So everything about martial law you'll find in our website, and our Facebook pages, and our social media sites, Twitter and Instagram. Even until the end, Ate Susan would always reach out to the young ones, especially millennials, and she really believes that the young ones ang future talaga ng Pilipinas, and it doesn't help that people are silent. We need to learn our past so we are not meant to repeat it. So paalam at salamat Ate Susan, we will miss you. Pero hindi pa ito ang sukdulan. Marami pa po tayong dapat gawin. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat, Lloyd. Would like to end this tribute with messages from the most important people in Susan's life, her husband George and their children Sarita and Rian.
Hello, can you hear us? Hello?
Yes.
All right. We would like to start by saying thank you for taking part in this memorial today. Papa, Ate, and I did not speak much during the formal programs, but reading and watching all the tributes pouring in, we are beginning to gain a better understanding of just how much Mama was and is loved. These past few days, napapadala sa amin ni Ate yung linyang Swerte Tayo. Kasi Mama lent herself to so many people, but perhaps this is our way of claiming her spot in her life. Sobrang privilege maging anak niya. I'll always be grateful for the universe that decided to clump us together. It was difficult to choose which anecdote to share. And full disclosure, I still do not know if this is appropriate, but it did make me cry a couple of times. So this is Mama in full mothering mood. One of the things I always went to her about was my insecurity regarding my academic standing. For the longest time, she was the only one I could talk to, as I could not go to either Papa or Ate, as they were very cerebral. Mama was the only one who I could understand, who knew and could understand the emotion that went with being almost notably smart. I'd go to her and ask, bakit lagi na lang kulang? I try and I study so hard, but I seem to be always failing and falling short of whatever standard there was. I never really said it, but Mama knew the question I was really asking was, why couldn't I be as smart as Ate? And of course, this was something she too had to grapple with. And while I only had one brilliant older sibling, she had 9. And it is common knowledge now that the Quimpo siblings were very bright. Of course, this spelled heartbreak for her. And one of the worst stories she ever told was that of her high school graduation, when her father turned to her when she didn't have any medals, and he said to her, "You really aren't very bright, are you?" I think I cried when she told me about that, because it really did hit home. But I'm glad to have been put at the rear end of the program, because it has been established that this was a very incorrect assessment of who she was. Because I think as much as medals mattered in the academic world, there is no intellectual prerequisite when the arena you want to enter is that of social change. I got that from her, and I knew she was proud. During her last weeks, she repeatedly thanked us for taking care of her. Sometimes she would apologize or refuse to accept help. But she spent her whole life in service. It must have been hard for her to be the one receiving it. Of course, we were just happy we could be with her. She was so cute, and her happiness was as easy as a bowl of ice cream or a secret handful of fries. She was able to see how Ate and I got along now. So well, in fact, that sometimes we would drive her nuts with our synchronized antics. On good days, she would smile up at Ate and me and say she had the best daughters. And I think that was validation enough.
Thank you, Rian. This is really nice.
Friends na kami.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? I have a confession to make, and I hope Susan's siblings, Vince Rafael, Karina Bolasco, and Ate Pauline Sikam, and others who work so hard on Subversive Lives can forgive me, because to this day, I've not read the book. It was a source of disappointment for Susan that I refused to read it. But I think she understood. Because you see, I first heard the idea for a book in 1985, very soon after we first met and got to know each other at the Bataan refugee camp. On one of our trips back to Manila, she brought me to watch the play Buwan of Abril of Chris Meliado, which Chris wrote, where one of the vignettes was about Tina and June, one of her martyred brothers. It was just the first of many stories she would tell me about her family and about her involvements, even at that young age. To me, it was incredible, as in very hard to believe, especially for someone coming from a quiet, sheltered background like mine. She told me that days before a jeepney ran over and killed her mother, she had a recurring dream where she saw the scene unfold and could even remember the number of the jeepney's license plate. She told me about Norman, her math PhD brother, and how he wasn't even the smartest one. Si Nathan daw yung pinakamagaling. About how M was such a well-loved person in Opus Dei who helped found schools in the south of Manila. About Ryan, his bad legs, and how he smuggled his family to Europe. About Lillian and her adventures as a courier in the underground, and about reported sightings of Jan, the missing brother. And even the quiet ones, Liz and Karen, in Susan's telling, led interesting lives. So how can there be so much drama in one family? And she could see weird things in her dreams. Ano ba siya, aswang? And surely I told myself, some of this is made up, the product of an overactive imagination. But she was persistent and sure, and she told me, one day I'm going to write a book about all these things. And she did, in an act of will that spanned decades. The first chapters were written as homework assignments in her journalism classes at Ohio University. And one of them, Mother in Violet, was about the long-suffering mother-in-law that I never knew. It took her forever to write it because she cried and she cried and she cried at the memory of her sainted mother. Every chapter, it seemed, drained her emotionally. And because of that, I associate the book with Susan's pain and sorrow, and I have not yet found the heart to read it. Kaya pasensya na lang, balato niyo na lang sa akin. These days after Susan's death have given us all a chance to reflect on her life and what she meant to each of us. I thought I knew her, but listening to others talk about her now, I am struck by how much I did not know. And yesterday at the MLCP tribute, Laarni, Amy, and Mel recalled how she was able to create spaces for them away from their work, to let them experience how important it was to take care of themselves and each other because the road ahead was long. How she organized the organizers. I said, oh nga no, how true that was. I'm amazed listening to the speakers yesterday at how many people she was able to connect with on a deep and personal level. I must confess, except for the core group of MLCP, I did not know any of the others who spoke so lovingly of her, of how she influenced the trajectory of their lives. I know people opened up to her easily because she was, apart from being a trained therapist, an empath. She was truly interested in the details of people's lives and the contours of their struggles. But I was still surprised that she could connect with people in their early teens like Lexley and those barely in their 20s. Kaya pala, she often asked Rian to dye her hair before going on talks. She wanted to look accessible to the young people she was going to meet that day. She tried to take care of her friends at MLCP and those who sought out her advice. And this on top of the actual projects, which demanded so much of her physically and emotionally, which were on top of her work as an art therapist. And the girls, especially Rian, said that one of the things that they really appreciated was that Susan made time for her and Sarita. She was completely accessible to them and fully engaged in their lives, despite the busyness of her days. They never felt neglected. And it must be because all the different things that she was came together like threads in the tapestry that was her life. Every day was spent weaving the threads ever more tightly together. Her life had exceptional integrity to it, I realize now. I think she was able to forge this integrity because 20 years ago, fate brought us and our children to the steps of the Manila Waldorf School. She found her home in the spirituality of Rudolf Steiner. Her restlessness found peace in anthroposophy. She did her inner work with like-minded friends she met there. Of course, Susan would not be Susan if she did not do things. So she was a founding parent of the Colisco Waldorf School. And she was part of the group of therapists that went to disaster areas to give trauma workshops to children. And she spent many years learning to be a good therapist under the rubric of anthroposophy. She turned to this group of friends when she realized she was dying. And they organized weekly Zoom meetings where they read and discussed a short book called Crossing the Threshold, Practical and Spiritual Guidance on Death and Dying, based on the work of Rudolf Steiner. It was a review of what she already knew and believed. She had me participate so that I could better help her in her last weeks and the days immediately following her death. It helped her as it helped me to have taken these steps with her. I turned again to this group of friends a few days after Susan passed away with these questions and comments. And I quote, "May masamang tinapay ba si Susan? Any loose ends you know about? I don't want to portray her as a saint. I know she had many flaws. She was stubborn. Susuko ka talaga minsan. Pero suko din siya when she understands that she was wrong. Perfectionist pati, type A. Kaya ang daming sakit. So, and I hope you don't mind if I quote what they had to say about her. It's from Malu Medrano. In my mind, I was saying, yes, Susan was no saint. She was a human being striving to be the best she can be. And Tessa Maniego said, nagtatanong naman, was I too harsh? And then I answer yes. And she would ask again, so paano? And I would suggest, so may strat planning pa rin. But I appreciate it that she has that awareness, that reflection after, and then she would ask for advice. And Malu said again, but I hid none of these from her. And that's the reason for all our misunderstandings and tampuhan. I would call her out, but not always bluntly. I tried to find the right timing, words, and venue. Over the years as homeschool co-parents, to being part of Colisco's initiative, to being good friends and enemies, and also co-workers in projects and initiatives, I've seen how Susan can be intense and sometimes disagreeable. But at the end of the day, I knew she'd reflect on things she'd said or done. On some matters, it might take some time for her to realize the effects of her words or actions, but at times, she would be quick to apologize when she's in the wrong. But I agree, she can be stubborn. It was that very first misunderstanding we had that sealed our relationship forever, where she called me after some weeks of not talking to me and told me in her exact words, and I quote, kung hindi lang kita mahal, wala ka na sa libro ko. Pero dahil mahal kita, I have to eat my humble pie, unquote. After that initiation, many more disagreements came, but none that would break the friendship that had evolved into more like a sisterhood. Alam mo, yung may ate ka na minsan nakainis, tapos mag-aaway kayo, pero alam nyo naman na hindi nyo rin naman sasabihin, wala ka na sa buhay ko. Kasi, nga kapatid mo at mahal mo kahit na ano. Ganun ang pagtingin ko sa kanya. At gaya ng pagtingin ng isang nakababatang kapatid sa isang ate, puno ng respeto at pagmamahal. And this from Cara Eskay. With Susan, she used to call me out on my blind spots, very bluntly. And it hurt, but I always had a listening space for it. I feel it was okay to take it from her because I always felt that behind her actions was always pure love. No ego, no malicious or selfish intentions. Sometimes her comments felt a little misplaced, like a harsh judgment based on her perspective, and not from considering being in my shoes. But even through those cuts to our friendship, I never really saw them as misunderstandings. In the years that I have known her, I grew to stand for my own thinking and to match her fire. I felt more and more unapologetically me, which is a trait I feel I emulated from her. I felt really safe with her and was always so blessed that we could do supervision together for each other's clients. Her thinking always showed me a different view that I did not pick up on, and I valued her contributions to me. She had more faith in my capacities than I did, and would always say, ay nako, kayang-kaya mo yan, Cara, ikaw pa. She had that gift of seeing what is possible in a person and looking at them as seeds. And Malu again, like a true human being she was, flawed and perhaps made many mistakes, but constantly and tirelessly learned, fought on courageously with whatever life threw at her, and continued evolving to the end and beyond. And she loved much. I can only say she left me with only fond memories of her and the striving to be the best version of myself. This is from Tet Mora. Konti na lang. Stubborn, strong, and sometimes fixed, yet humble, listening, and yielding. For a time we were together for many lunches and mostly hanging out. Narinig ko ang mga frustrations kapag merong mga misunderstandings. very strong sentiments, pero very humble in asking for another perspective. And there were times kapag nagtatanong siya about her misunderstandings with other people, she would not like what I would say, but it makes her pause, and I would see how she would take that information and bridge. Yun ang balanse na nakita ko na nakakahanga. Sa dami ng alam niya at sa dami ng nagawa niya, meron siyang puwang para makinig sa ibang tao. Makikita kong naiinis siya at nagre-resist, pero tatahimik at doon na magsisimula uli. Nandun ang tapang to face things, and because of that, nagkakaroon ng ibang pagkakataon. When I assisted her during her workshop, she would also ask my sensing and incorporate it in her process. That to me speaks of her great spirit to continuously learn and hear. Maybe that is why I think she's in good spirits, even in the uncomfortable times of suffering, because there was always something to learn. And now this is me again. Oh, she had definite opinions about practically everything. We all know that. But especially in her latter years, maybe leavened by anthroposophy, she became more tolerant of others, more understanding, and willing to be told she was wrong. She apologized to me, actually, for everything she put me through. Smiley face. But all through her life, she was authentic. As a humanist when I first knew her, as a spiritual being towards the end. May iba tayo, please. In what sense do anthroposophists believe that they choose the life they enter into? And I ask because when the suffering seemed already too much, I would ask Susan, you mean you chose this suffering knowingly? I think she thought so that the suffering was in a sense necessary, and knowing that helped her endure, maybe. This is what Chati Coronel had to say about that. I discussed this with Susan too. One of our last bits of messages to each other was about this. In terms of illness, this is something we choose because it translates to capacity in the next life. I think about this a lot because my daughter was born with a brain condition. How we handle and transcend illness in this life becomes a new capacity in the next life. And ang sagot ni Susan, ay nako, ang dami ko ng capacities for the next life. She was really a spiritual guide for me. Medyo rigid nga at strict, but she sincerely tried to soften her perspective, I think. Maybe that's why we clicked as friends. I feel like every time she would ask me what I thought about something, she expected a weird answer. Parang, sige nga, anong sagot mo? How would you read the situation? I haven't been remembering dreams lately, but I have been thinking about Susan a lot. And I can sense na parang excited siya. Ito na yung real experience ng mga binasa natin sa occult science. I feel like she's going on an adventure na gusto niyang i-confirm o deny ang mga sinabi ni Steiner. Parang excited siyang mag-report kung tama nga. Unquote. So all the things she was, her love of country, her interest in people, the many projects she undertook in her life with us as wife and mother, they all came together for her in these last 20 years. It all made sense to her. And she was able to live every day with such integrity. She died in the ambulance or in the ER. Doctors do not agree, and 2 death certificates were prepared for her. The folks in the ER were kind enough to let us spend a few minutes with her before taking her away. We said the Our Father, as she instructed. Through their tears, the girls said their goodbyes. We touched her face, her arms, her hands, her legs and feet that had experienced so much suffering. I took her favorite blue headband from around her neck and gave it to Sarita. We tried to recall only good things about her, again, as she instructed. And after a while, I saw that the girls were smiling, even laughing through their tears. Susan really prepared them well, even for this. I am glad that I remembered to whisper to her that if she should see her mother coming to fetch her, she should go with her towards the light. I really hope that that happened. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, George, Sarita, and Rian. Noel Cabangon is back with us to sing one of Susan's favorite songs.
Umaga na naman, sikat ng araw sa akin ay tumisik. Pabulong panaghoy ang hangin ng umaga, tinupad ang pangakong pag-asa. Umaga na naman, handa na ba ako? Baka muling mabigo. Sa araw-araw ako'y maghihintay, sakay lang ng sakay sa gulong ng buhay. Ngayon ako ay masaya, sikat niya'y mahiwaga, para bang hindi ko na hinahanap tuwina. Ikaw ang sikat ng araw, sa akin ay pumupukaw, liwanag sa puso kong uhaw. Darating ang gabi, ikaw ay katabi, ako'y nasasaktan kung ika'y lilisan. Dumating man ang iyong paglaho ng panahon, pagdating ng umaga'y muling babangon. Ngayon ikaw ay masaya, sikat niya'y mahiwaga, para bang hindi ko na hinahanap tuwina. Ikaw ang sikat ng araw, sa akin ay pumupukaw, liwanag sa puso kong uhaw. Ngayon ako ay masaya, sikat niya'y mahiwaga, para bang hindi ko na hinahanap tuwina. Ikaw ang sikat ng araw, sa akin ay pumupukaw, liwanag sa puso kong uhaw, liwanag sa puso kong uhaw.
Salamat, Noel. And now we'll have one more clip from the Mukha documentary.
What keeps me going is that ayokong masayang yung buhay nila, yung nilaan nilang sakripisyo. Buhay man o patay, lahat ng aktivista nun, nagsakripisyo eh.
For a nation that's quick to forgive and is quick to forget, but most of the time stuck between the two, Susan believes it's high time the younger generation carried the torch.
If you don't know your history, it will repeat itself and again repeat itself until you learn the lessons it provides. Democracy is something you work at every single day. It is not just given to you in 1986 and that's it. You have to fight for it, and you do it not just for yourself, but for the Filipinos who will come after you.
For what it's worth, she believes her brother Jun is probably cheering her on. At least, the change he wanted did not die with him.
Ang sinasabi ko sa kanila, trabaho niyo to eh. Pinagpapatuloy ko lang. Patulong naman. Kasi hindi pa tayo tapos. And I think they helped me. No? And they help my friends and the group that I'm with. They help Tina. They help everybody, all the martial law survivors who talk about this. They are there. They're here now. Diba? And maybe it is their spirit that keeps us going.
Would like to thank everyone for joining us. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng dumalo. We'd like to close with a moment of silence in honor of Susan. And we would also like to invite you to, I guess, a virtual collective lighting of a candle in her memory. Maraming salamat po at yan po nagtatapos ang ating parangal para kay Susan. Maraming salamat sa iyong nagawa para sa ating lahat.